Them things been in boxes too long. I didn't even notice when you pointed out. Yeah, it still says WWF on it. Like,
that is
funny. Damn, how old are these things, man? Jeez, get a life, dude.
When did they change that?
Oh man, 2000. I want to say 5, but that's kind of a guess. Let me look.
They just
straight up guess.
Like out of nowhere that wildlife. Thanks, Big. Oh, that was nice.
Dude, wow, it was 2002.
Wow.
Titan was renamed World Wrestling Federation Entertainment in 1999, and World Wrestling Entertainment in 2002. That doesn't.
And they lost like
right.
a battle with like the wildlife thing or something.
Right. Yeah.
And they just came out of nowhere.
They lost to the Pandas. Yep.
And they just came out of like they've been WWF for 25 years at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah.
We want to take that name back.
Yeah,
damn those Pandas.
World Wrestling. And I remember
get the F out.
Get the F out. Yeah. I remember they did a hardcore like Royal Rumble type thing the first day of the change. So you remember with the hardcore thing, like 24/7, like it was the 24/7 title before the 24/7 title. And so what they would do is somebody would get beat, and then they'd have Lillian Garcia say, "And new WWE hardcore champion," and she kept doing it to ingrain WWE into everybody's head, and it was like, what? What you doing? What you doing? Welcome into the Thursday edition of D-Lo and KC here on July 8th. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yeah.
And we are thrilled that you are here with us. Deuce Mo, we're going to join us coming up at 1:47. We've got an opportunity for you to win $1,000 coming up in 10 minutes. We've got the California Classic back,
come on. You already know what that means.
Oh, let's
come
get
on
it
now. Come on, man. California Classic is back one more time. Let's go.
That's exciting, man. We're going to talk about that today. The California Classic is such a fun event here in Sacramento, here at the Golden One Center. The Kings announced its return today on August 3rd. The Kings, the Warriors, the Lakers, the Heat.
The Heat.
The Heat.
Come on, Steve.
Yeah.
Jesus.
The Kings, the Warriors, the Lakers, and the Miami Heat.
In the California Classic. We'll talk about it. Come on, Steve Ballmer.
Out on bail, fresh out of jail, California dreaming. We'll talk about that as the day rolls along. Well, it's a matter of fact, it's not only the California Classic that is back. There's some other things that are back. We didn't really get to this yesterday as we got sidetracked. Discussing our dear, close, longtime personal friend, Marvin Bagley. Yeah.
I tried too, Damien. I tried.
I know you did. Yeah. You worked overtime.
Yeah, I tried. And dude, you talking to a brick wall, but it's okay.
You went above and beyond the Call of Duty. You went above and beyond the Call of Duty yesterday, and it fell flat. And hey, what can you do?
What can you do at that point?
It's whatever, man. Like I think we're all comfortable knowing Marvin's probably done. Marvin probably knows that he's done, and he's just at the point where he doesn't care anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe he never cared. I don't know. I go back to the question, and the answer from the great James Ham is out there on social media at ESPN 1320. But how did we get to this point? Like, that dude was loved, man. loved, and man, it went south quick.
It's crazy, and we didn't plan for this to be a Marvin Bagley segment, but I'm just gonna say, like,
most things we don't plan here on the show, we have a show that's planned. Rarely do we ever get to it. It's there. It's just kind of there in the background.
But it's like,
We tell Danny in San Francisco, we talk about the Giants for 2 hours a day.
Oh, yeah. Darren Ruff. Shout out Darren Ruff. Big time insurance home run last night.
That's what we tell him.
But it's like this is a city and a fan base where, with all that Marvin's gone through, injury-wise, I feel like they do show sympathy for him. Like we mentioned yesterday, they're really just going off of like Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, oh, they hate us. Like, that's not really, every time you talk to somebody, it's like, man, just can't stay healthy. Nobody says he's a bum. Nobody just, I wish it sucks for the young man. When you talk to people in real life, you know what I'm saying? But you just
some people, and that's the frustrating thing about social media, because we all use it. Right. But that's exactly what you're supposed to do with it. You're supposed to use it, not live in it.
Yes.
Not be consumed by it. Yeah. Use it. Use it to promote Luke Belair. Use it to promote the Bamboo Cream. Use it to promote D-Lo and KC. Use it to share your baby pictures with everybody, or have some fun, or share your opinions. Don't live in it, man. Don't be consumed with it. Like just use it, and use it to your advantage. They're doing the opposite of using it to their advantage.
Right.
And we only bring this up because, Kenny was right. There's stuff that just continued long after the show ended, and it just became like, what do you want us to do? Like, I don't know what else you want us to say. Like, we've tried to rep for you.
Right.
All we have done is ask some questions. And
look, Damien,
I got no answers.
I won't even be vague. I'll put it out there. After the show, I reached out to one of Bagley's people via DM, and I'm not even saying this to like put them in no type of light, because that's not what I was trying to do. But I was like, hey, sometimes when you're asked something on Twitter, the machismo comes out, you feel like you got to defend yourself. That's not what I'm here for. I really just want to talk to you and get a better understanding of some of the stuff that's going on, because we don't understand. I think collectively, we don't understand where Marvin stands. The podcast that he did, it cleared up nothing. It answered nothing. We don't understand. So I told the person, I said, I'm not coming with no kind of disrespect. I'm not trying to come like a smart ass or anything. I literally am just saying, we don't understand. Can you help us maybe understand a little bit? And it was really like talking to a brick wall.
And I'm calling Cap here on our man Childish DiCaprio here on youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you want to watch the show, or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. He said Luka ruined Bagley and Sack. I disagree with that. There are some people that held on to Luka. There are some people that still hold on to Luka. There are people that are going to hold on to Luka forever. But I don't think that ever ruined his chances here. Did it linger? Sure, because you watched Luka emerge as a star while Marvin wasn't playing. And I think even while Marvin wasn't playing, a large chunk of the audience was still like, it's okay. We just got to wait for him to get out on the floor. It's not like we've watched him play 82 games. It's not like we've watched him play 164 games and he stinks. We're just seeing him in and off the floor. And a lot of times when we see him, he's really good. Once we get him out there consistently, man, we're going to be in good shape. And maybe he's not going to be as good as Luka, but he might be as good as DeAndre Ayton.
Right.
He might be as good as some of the other guys in this draft class. And it's just, we're kind of still waiting for that moment. We have those moments of being tantalized. We have those moments where he has big games, but it's always sprinkled in. Unfortunately, it's not just sprinkled in with injuries. It's sprinkled in with dad's social media behavior, uncle's social media behavior. Now it's sprinkled in with his social media behavior. Somehow he's going home in the middle of a season and spending time in Arizona because he has a hand injury. It's always an injury and something else.
Yeah. And the thing about it is, you say Luka ruined Bagley and here in Sack. A lot of people say the high water point of Marvin Bagley was his dunk in the California Classic, right? I'll zag on that one. I'll say the high water mark for Marvin Bagley here in Sacramento was the 360 alley-oop that he had late in that rookie year, where he got the alley-oop at half court from Yogi Ferrell, caught it with his back to the basket, turned midair, and went down. And the people went crazy in Golden One Center. And at that point, it was like, yo, this kid, we know that. And this was during Luka having a rookie of the year campaign. He was having a rookie of the year type campaign. He was getting compared to LeBron, Magic, all this other stuff. And people were still like, yo, Marvin's about to be crazy.
Yeah.
And after that dunk, it's been downhill ever since. It's been miserable. So that's where I get where you're coming from, but that's where, like Damien, I'll push back a little bit on Luka destroying Bagley, because it was in the middle. It was just like, yo, this is just going to be a dope draft class. That's all it was going to be. It was just, this is an amazing draft class. And he hasn't been able to hold up his end of the bargain.
Marvin, good luck on your podcast, fam. Good luck on your training, whatever else. We hope you stay healthy. We'll move on from there. Here's one more note. Don't give us anything else to talk about.
That's all.
I mean, if you do, we ain't gonna shy away from it. I'm just saying, don't give us anything else to talk about.
The funny thing is, I was telling Team Bagley, we didn't make any of this up. Like, we wouldn't have said nothing if you wouldn't have done nothing. There would have been nothing to talk about.
It's not like we opened up the phone and we're like, man, what are we gonna do on today's show? I don't know. Let's find something to talk about with Marvin Bagley. Nope. It was like, what are we going to do on today's show? Well, have you heard this podcast yet? Like, that podcast showed up at the end of Tuesday's show.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh, man. Okay. Let's see what happens. So, brother, good luck on the podcast. If you're not with the Kings, good luck wherever you go, man. We hope that you stay healthy, and I'll leave it at that. I don't know what else. Yeah. Good luck to you and your squad.
Yeah, I'll go a step further. I want you to get it right here. I still feel that way. That's just me. I still feel that way.
I feel like a lot of that bridge is
definitely could have been. Yeah, absolutely.
It's burned down. I don't know that joint's got any repairs in
I'm holding it together, like one arm on one side.
Go Caraway
go
arms.
My back. Yeah. Go over my back.
Come on, Marvin. Let's go. Before Kenny plummets to his death and the bridge falls and Marvin's, playing for the Washington Wizards or whatever it may be. Who knows? I was going to say the California Classic isn't the only thing that's back, but excuse me. Give it to me one more time. Hey.
Here comes the money.
Okay, it's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000 by texting the code word BEAM.
Oh, yeah, I remember this one.
Right, Jesse? Text the code word BEAM, as in Kenny's going to need a really long beam to connect the two charcoal pieces of bridges that Marvin Bagley has burned here in Sacramento for him to remain a Sacramento King. Text the word BEAM to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. The thing about the word beam is I think it's only been used like once or twice.
Yeah, I remember that because
versus Stripe. Oh
my God.
Stripe's on like a 56 game hitting streak right now.
Man, they're the Lou Gehrig of this cash contest for sure. Remember when Red Stripe used to sponsor PTI?
Yes.
Oh man. I used to see them. You see Red Stripe only on PTI every day.
I haven't seen PTI in a long time, man.
I haven't either.
I mean, obviously we're a little busy when PTI comes on here in California, but that's a great
point. Great reason.
That used to be must see TV for me, and then it became a thing where Wilbon and Corner, the show got so big, they stopped doing it as much. Like they're probably not even doing the show right now. Like it's the middle of the summer. Like anybody, the All-Star break is next week.
First Take is gone. Well, not the show, but Stephen A. and Max, they're gone. So we're still here though.
Even our man Green. Well, of course, because we ain't got nobody to fill in for us. Shoot, we took a Friday off, and our boss, not our boss, our boss's boss was getting messages like, hey, what is this? Hey. Yo, we were literally at our boss's house. That's part of the deal with having the day off. Like we had to be there, and someone hit our boss's boss. I'm like, hey, don't do this. Don't do this anymore. He's like, okay, yes, sir. We will.
Shanae and Golick Jr. aren't that bad, guys.
They're not. I very much agree. They are not bad.
Although Shanae wasn't there that day. I was listening.
Of course not. It's the middle of the summer. They're going to be on there. Of course not. We're the only ones working. And that's just because we love hanging out with you guys.
That's because I love the game. That's right.
There's no doubt what it is. And I hope you love the playing game because it's coming back.
Well, you know I love playing game.
Now that's what we were going to talk about as the show got underway. We got a little sidetracked as we regularly do. So we'll dive into the playing game returning and what that means for the Sacramento Kings and what that means for your expectations for the Sacramento Kings. Plus, the California Classic is back. We'll dive into that. James Habban had an interesting report yesterday as well after he wrapped up his conversation with us. We'll discuss that in draft prospects and workouts and them being public. And I want to get your thoughts as D'Lo and KC continue. We're just getting started. Get comfortable. We'll hit here till 4 o'clock on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Look who's back.
Guess who's back? Red Stripes.
Welcome back.
I saw that.
Let's get our minds right. It's never that serious.
I saw that.
Let's have a good time here. Okay.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. And
let's have a good time here.
And we hear, bruh. I thought Jesse was kidding. You connected about a minute too late. Go peep your boy's Twitter account.
Oh boy.
Yep. No, dude. You either won't believe it or it's a high level troll job. Shout out to homie who's definitely watching the show right now.
Wait a minute. What the hell's going on? Oh man.
David, I saw your earlier message. It kind of made me laugh. Hold on, I need to pull it up here on the screen. If I can find it. It's what y'all in here deep already. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for watching. Where's David's message? Here it is. Hey, Damien, we love you, but can you make Kenny's screen bigger? We love him.
David, stop with the narrative.
I mean, it's facts. What you mean am I wearing this? My Russell Westbrook why not shirt that my partner got me. Man, get out of here.
Well, I didn't get anything.
Wow.
Team Jordan to you. And that's no cap either. Jordan just Yo, D'Lo and KC, we see you working here.
Y'all can't even see the shoes that I got with it too.
Come on, man.
Favorite radio show sponsored by Jumpman.
Wait a minute, because we got so many guys. Where we going? Where we going? Just I thought I knew. Yeah. I thought I knew, but it's the best. I'm so excited to see this, man.
Nah, careful.
I want the edge of my seat.
Well, it's something. It's something.
We got so many guys, you know.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, which guy is it? Who's going on?
You'll see. And David gonna catch me at the right time. He gonna bring it up in the post show, and I'm gonna go off. He knows that. There it is. There it is.
Come on. Yo.
There it is. Yep.
Oh, man. Hey, you ain't never heard of that before last week. Oh, man. Oh, jeez.
Can you believe that?
Oh, this is funny, man.
Isn't it?
I love it. Where's David at? Oh yeah, David. Yeah, man. 213 to 216, 13th round. We got some things to talk about.
Oh,
because I'm not gonna go there just yet, but I'm almost willing to call cap on what happened today. Everybody know we're gonna talk about it when it happened. Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, possibly postponed. I'm almost willing to call cap.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna talk about it. They keep healing these moves. They just did the same thing with. We'll talk about it. This ain't the 13th hour.
Or the 13th round.
All right, I keep saying the 13th hour.
It's neither one, but that's all right.
Birdman, Birdman. Why'd you say Birdman?
Joe Decker. Poker Pro back in here. He must have gotten the home project done.
Poker Pro.
What he said he was working on his bungalow. Is that what he said he was doing?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Absolutely. If you haven't yet downloaded the Odyssey app, please do. Discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. Check out Tailgate Crashers. Crack a cold one and get a game day ready with tunes from all your favorite country artists. New Odyssey. Yes, you did. You already got that. You have been booting, scooting.
Because I've got friends in low places. Ain't that how the song goes?
Felt like a shot at me. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app. If Tailgate Crashers isn't your bag, try the Beatbox station. That's the one I'm on. That's the one you're going to like. The Beatbox station.
Yeah.
Check that one out. We know our audience.
Right now too.
We know who we're talking to. There's some good stuff. There are some great exclusive stations over there on the Odyssey app. So please do check it out. As we mentioned, let's start with the playing game. We definitely want to get back to the California Classic or get to the California Classic. I don't actually even know how much there is to talk about that other than it's back and it's awesome.
Excitement.
Yeah. I mean, it's August 3rd. It's the same deal as, we've seen before, right before Summer League, couple of days, day-long passes, spend the day at the Golden One Center.
Yeah.
Yo, Regan, if you're listening, fam, let's try to set up a broadcast table out there in Doco.
Absolutely.
KC, do the show outside the Golden One Center with the people.
Polanco Cantina.
I'm with it.
Yeah. Never been there. I keep wanting to go to.
Well, given the fact that you get a clue on the map, maybe we could do it outside. I mean, it's a little further away from the entrance.
Full circle.
We know Get a Clue probably would have.
Once again, Get a Clue was obvious. Everybody knew what Get a Clue was. Downtown Plaza, we go to Get a Clue. I'm just saying they may not have been in a rush to get Sean John because people weren't asking until I came in and was like, yo, you got that Sean John? They're like, no, we ain't got a Sean John. And thankfully, the process
for anybody who ever has purchased a piece of Sean John gear, it's because of Kenny. So let's all collectively thank Kenny.
On the West Coast. This is
why people love Kenny. That's why.
I can't take credit for the whole nation.
They love Kenny.
Just on the West Coast. That's all I can do.
Hey, can you introduce that D-Lo and KC graphic behind you to the pause button? Because my attention span is a disaster, and every time I see that circle turning, man, it's just I can't focus on the radio show. That's why I've started 3 times in the first 21 minutes because I'm looking at that damn circle above Kenny's head. You too, you could have seen the circle too if you were watching on YouTube.com/ESPN1320 and Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Deuce Mo coming up at 147.
Well, so back to the original point because Adam Silver said some things. We'll get into that. I think that's a longer conversation, but. Do we have clarification or the full story or anything happen about why the Clippers are never in this?
You know what? I actually do remember hearing this 3 years ago. I can't even remotely recall what the answer is because it's always the Heat. It's always been the Heat because it was weird the first time. Yeah, it was now. So I don't I genuinely don't remember. I know there's an answer out there. It's probably an innocent answer, but I don't remember what it is.
I remember it wasn't the first year, I don't think. I think it was the second year, and I saw Duncan Robinson going to work. Like I was like, I didn't. So
did you just go to the arena and stay there all day?
I did some media stuff, so I was there maybe 2 hours before the game started, and I was there the whole time for that one. But I remember seeing Duncan Robinson. Obviously, I'm a Michigan fan. And he was good at Michigan. Like I enjoyed Duncan Robinson. I didn't think he was going to get drafted. So when I saw him with Miami, I was like, oh, okay, Duncan Robinson. Like he's getting a little look. That's what's up. And I think dang, what was the point guard's name? Derek Walton was on the team too. And I was like, okay, that's what's up. And lo and behold, 3 years later, Duncan Robinson's probably about to make $20 million a year. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like he's about to get chipped off. He's carved a niche in the in this league, and it all started at this California Classic.
Indeed.
They love Sacramento, man. NBA loves Sacramento, man, and we've proven in this city that you put basketball, you put NBA basketball here for whatever reason, whether it's California Classic or the obviously the regular season or whatever, you're going to get supported 100%.
I wonder why that is, because it's not exactly title town.
Not at all.
You know what I mean? And maybe does that feed into it? Like, okay, we're not getting playoff games. We're not getting NBA Finals games. Hell, give us a pre-summer league tournament. Cool, we'll take it. Not only will we take it, but we'll show out like 15, 16,000 strong to watch some version of our team versus some version of another team out there playing.
I don't know why. People would like to think that you put it in any NBA arena and you'll get that. And I think there are places where that would happen. But I mean, we have an example of in Utah. They have the summer league and they don't put in the same amount of crowds and all this other stuff that they do in Sacramento. You know what I mean? So I think about like the Bay Area. Would they do the same numbers in the Bay Area? Maybe. But you got the Giants, you got the A's. You know what I mean? And I don't know. Maybe they would. I would like to think they would because it's NBA basketball. I think people will show up anyway, but they know for a fact Sacramento
they will hear.
Yeah,
they will hear. It is fascinating how much this city loves and supports basketball, despite not being rewarded for their love for so long. So you know what I mean?
And that's the gift and the curse, because I remember Marshall talked about it as well. And it's almost not even a Kings thing. Like we know, because we see how people respond to some of the, we know that it's Kings, you know what I'm saying? But in a I don't want to say in a bad way, but maybe it is almost in a bad way. The Kings' interest is on the same level as the NBA interest. And that's the gift and the curse. Like you probably, in an ideal situation, you'd probably want like the Kings' interest to be ahead of overall NBA interest. But because we're so used to them not being good, we didn't got used to just watching the NBA and enjoying the NBA. So I don't know. Is that a kind of a double-edged sword thing where the NBA interest is the same as the Kings' interest?
No, I don't think so. We'll reference Marshall's remark again. You know, he said to us one day, it feels like you run into a lot of people who are, they'll tell you they're a fan of someone or something else. Right. So, but what I think might be more of the case is like, I'm a fan of Russell Westbrook, right? I'm going to go watch the Wizards play. Okay. I'm still cheering for the Kings. Right. Russell Westbrook might be my favorite player. LeBron James might be my favorite player. Chris Paul, Devin Booker, Joel Embiid, they all might be my favorite player. But I'm going to cheer the Sacramento Kings. If I go into the arena, I'm cheering. Maybe I'm going to see Russell Westbrook, but I'm cheering the Kings to win. Right. I think a lot of people feel like that. I don't know that people have adopted the Wizards or the Thunder or the Rockets or the I mean, maybe some people have an attachment to the Nuggets because, Mike Malone, the greatest coach in the history of the Sacramento Kings franchise. If you live exclusively in the Twitter bubble, that's the case. Or
so happy for him.
The difference is, so happy for him. The caveats are probably Lakers, Warriors.
Yeah,
those are probably the two where you find actual fans of those teams. In the moment, like they won't be fans 5 years from now when Golden State is rebuilding, but they're fans right now.
Lakers fans will always be here, though. I heard there's a lot of it's what they call betting, and we'll talk to our betting guy later on today. But it's a public team, right? So
Ryan Horvat will be with us.
Yeah, they're a nationwide team, so I think Lakers fans will always be here. Warriors fans, It's interesting. I think they kind of will be gone in 5 years, but I think they've created something, right, that is lasting. Like they've created a lifelong fans by this tenure. Like I think they'll turn into a little bit of a public team, or at the very least on the West Coast, there'll be people coming into the Golden One Center heavy with Warriors gears, and you don't get that. Like, for instance, it's not just about winning. Like, so the Brooklyn Nets, they haven't created that. I don't think they will create that. But when you go through something like an established level of greatness for 5 years, 6 years, the way the Warriors have, you create generational fans right there. You know what I'm saying? I only say that because I see that with the Giants. When the Giants won their World Series and stuff like that, the Giants are now a generational brand. Those people that became fans then, even if they became fans during the World Series, they're never leaving now. Like, they're going to go hard for the Giants. They're going to go on the kids, all this other stuff. I think the Warriors have created that. I think they'll be around. Warriors fans.
That's interesting. I might have argued Steph created that.
Yeah, absolutely. He had a huge reason.
But if Steph is gone, because that's what the Bulls were. Right, the Bulls fit. The Bulls were everything I think that you just laid out.
Yes, yeah,
but they're not that way anymore.
Go to a Bulls game in Sacramento. There's a lot more Bulls fans.
That's just Manny and his family. That's just one little section.
I think there's a lot of Bulls fans still around. A lot more than you would think. I think they're still around. They're still around, and I think they're not going to have the same level of there's not going to have the same level that the Bulls have, but they'll be there. When the Bulls are good, like I said this with the Knicks, you'll see it with the Bulls. When they're good again, you'll see it. You saw it when Derrick Rose is there. Go watch some Derrick Rose highlights and see like how the road crowd was and how many Bulls fans was in there. So I think they have that. I think the Warriors will have that too.
Okay.
The Nets won't, though. Once KD and them are gone, like any kind of Nets thing is done.
I'm looking at a message here on youtube.com/ESPN1320 from our man Joe Decker. It's in his avatar there. He says the greatest show on court had a global reach that impacted future NBA players.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you know what's dawning on me? How long ago was that?
Almost 20 years. It was because 20 years ago.
The kids, players being drafted now, they don't know that team.
No.
Tyrese Halliburton don't know nothing about that team other than what he saw on a YouTube highlight. Mm-hmm. Other than him researching, hey, well, why is this Robert Horry clip such a big deal? Right. Let's go find out about this. Like, essentially, we're aging out now of the greatest show on court to where, and I do believe that statement from Joe is 100% accurate. I just don't know that it's accurate anymore.
Yeah,
that was so long ago.
I'll put it into context just a little bit, and it's a little different because you have Jason Williams. But me personally, I don't romanticize about the late 80s, early 90s Portland Trailblazers.
Sure.
Right? A great team that actually probably achieved more than the Kings did. But
not probably.
No, they definitely did. You're right. They definitely went to 2 finals. I don't romanticize about them, but they were like this great team during that time. And that's probably how
they were supposed to be the dethroning team for the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah. So that's probably how Tyrese Halliburton.
Who was the coach of that team? Oh, crap. What is the parallels between that Portland Trailblazer team and the Kings really starting to.
I think when he was with the Rockets, he lost to the Lakers too during their championship run. I think.
Okay.
He's poor Rick.
He was Yao's coach, right? He was Yao's coach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was talking to us about that, how he had to adjust his style like for coaching Yao Ming.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're 100% right, Decker, but it seems like we're kind of getting out of that time frame a little bit. So
historians have to dig in and find out about the greatest show, or you see the the big sports. I imagine the Sports Illustrated cover that's in the arena. Some people will walk by. What's that? Like, when was that? Like, again, we like, well, what do you mean? What's that? What do you mean? How could you not know what that is? Like, no, that was a really long time ago.
Yeah.
And Kenny and I were just laughing about something this morning. I took some stuff over to young Reese, some wrestling related stuff, and Kenny pointed out, because I was talking about, now Reese, these are really old, and Kenny was like, yeah, it's still got the F on it. It's still got the WWF on it, and it's like, damn.
Yeah.
These are at minimum, and we were looking this up earlier, right when the live stream started. That's at minimum now 19 years old.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy to think of. It's crazy.
Wow.
It did not seem that long, but it's crazy to think of. Hell, you talk about the Sports Illustrated cover, greatest show on court. I mean, Reese, kids that are maybe 12, 13, they're like, why is this up on here?
Mm-hmm.
What is Sports Illustrated? What is
right? Yeah.
What the heck? Like, why does this matter? The significance.
What is a magazine?
Right. The significance of being on the cover of Sports Illustrated isn't the same. It reminds me of you've probably been in the Galen Center down there at USC, and in their basketball arena for the school, and in there, I think they have a wall of all the USC Sports Illustrated covers. Like, they have so many too. It's crazy, but like, it's really dope to look at. But if you're a certain age, you don't understand the significance of being on that cover and what that meant for them and what it meant for that Kings team when they got on there too.
What is the marker for that now? Like, is there a Sports Illustrated cover equivalent?
Slam might be the closest thing. And Slam isn't even the same. Like, Slam was a huge thing too back in the day when you got on the cover of that. Now, I mean, they're all digital now though. Slam is a digital magazine.
It's probably it's not even like it's a viral moment. Mm-hmm. Is that the equivalent, like, of a Sports Illustrated cover? The equivalent of that now in 2021 is having a moment that goes viral.
Yep.
And I don't know if there's like a threshold that's like, no, that's a video clip that got a lot of attention versus, okay, that went viral. Right. I don't know. Like, I don't know what the distinction is.
Warren brings up a Bleacher Report.
Push notification. You get the push notification
moment on Bleacher Report. I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, because it certainly isn't the cover of anything. It's not the front page of the newspaper.
Well, thanks for getting my newspaper today too.
It's facts. Like, once I got past security, I went and got to the long driveway where the cart picks you up and takes you to the front door. I noticed that today's newspaper was still at the bottom of the driveway. I was like, we got a show in 3 hours. Let me bring my partner his newspaper. So I brought in a rather thin version of the.
Yeah, it'd be thin. It'd be thin. Like, I would get in that paper and like, this is it.
And now now everything is the front page. It's like, this is one big front page.
I'll be like, this is it. This is what we doing. But
I'd like to point out,
I want them to stay in business. So. And
I'd like to point out, as I was leaving, there was no other newspaper anywhere else on the block. It was like the poor person has to wake up at 3 o'clock every morning, go grab one newspaper, get through all the security in Elk Grove, head over to the Caraway compound and drop it right there on the front, because he's not allowed to walk to the front door.
I really would not be surprised if I was the only one that subscribed to the newspaper on my block. I really wouldn't. Hell, in that whole section.
Having just left your neighborhood, I wouldn't either. That is a very new that your newspaper, your area does not strike me as a newspaper area. No one's waiting for the coupons to come out on Sunday.
That's on the other side of the other neighborhood. That's where the OGs live.
That's the other one. Yeah, that's the other one.
Yeah, but we roundabout way. So happy the California Classic is back. Regan, we go
story in August.
Like we said, we're gonna try and set up somewhere. But I think, regardless, Damien, I gotta be there at least one. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be
Okay.
there, whether I'm working or
I was
whether
gonna
it's,
say, like, it is like Tuesday and Wednesday. So
Yeah.
you are busy on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah, the Kings played 8:00.
Oh, do they? Okay. Well, one time they played at like 2 or something
Yeah,
like
they
that.
did. Like they used to do the last night or last day at like 12:30. But both of the games, both of the sessions for this thing is going to be a 5:00 game and 8:00 game.
Oh, okay. That's easy.
Yeah.
That's easy enough. But it's fun. I remember, I think if I search my phone hard enough, I could probably find, I remember a Beat LA chant started before tip.
Yeah.
And it's like, this for real. This is a summer league preseason. It's not even a real summer league game. It's a preseason summer league game. And it wasn't like a cute Beat LA chant.
Yeah.
It was like a real, this is game 6, 7 all over again.
Yeah.
We are here for this. And I just remember looking around like, I remember thinking in that moment, dude, we're different, dude. Like, we're so different.
Yeah, this is a one of a kind type place, for better or for worse, but I think for better sometimes, one of a kind type place. Now, there's two things that happen here. Number one, Ramsey's 100%. 8 p.m. is past Damien's bedtime, so we don't know if we're going to see him for the Kings game.
It's equivalent to.
It's at. So we don't know if we do see him for the Kings game. BetQL, BetMGM. What are the odds that he stays past halftime? I don't know.
Ooh.
I don't know.
Oh, man.
So there's that, and then
especially where I'll be living by the time the California class comes around.
You're not even going to be home in time.
Woo! I used to leave at halftime of games purposely.
Yeah.
Get home when the second half starts.
Yeah.
And I'll be good.
I could see that.
My lap, ready to roll. Yeah. Those days are about to be over.
Yeah. You might just have to get a room with the Sawyer.
Might have to.
You might have to. The other thing I was going to say was,
I did check, by the way, before I left your house, the time from your house.
Oh, Jesus.
to where the new
at home.
the studio on my end is going to be. It's not short. I'll say that.
Keep me at home.
Not short.
Stacy, are you listening?
It is not a short drive.
But so let me ask you this though about the California Classic. Does this change at all you wanting to see them keep that 9th pick? Because now you'll get to see him at the core.
No, I want to see Bob Woodard. Like I want to see all the guys I didn't get to see last year. I want to see Louis the King.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see Jemias Ramsey.
I want to see Metu. I want to see our man Freeport.
Metu gonna play?
Well, why wouldn't he? Oh, no, he's not.
Oh, no,
I can tell you definitively he's not.
Yeah.
He's going to be in Tokyo.
Yeah, well.
Tune in later for, who? The latest installment of Who Could Have Seen This Go Wrong. I think we have theme music for that. It's being reported that fans will not be allowed at the Olympic Games. We'll discuss. We're just as shocked as you are.
Yeah, couldn't see this coming a mile away. So we have Louis the King. We'll have Ramsey, Woodard, maybe the 9th pick. Hell, they got 3 picks, I think. If they keep all of them, I think we'll see at least 2 of this year's picks. No Tyrese. Tyrese don't need to be there. Yeah. So we'll see a good amount of people. Good amount of people that we're interested in it.
I'm ready for Louis the King and Ramsey and Woodard.
It's my dark horse, Louis the King. We got to get his mom on.
James Amshore liked him, by the way.
It's a lot.
When you brought him up yesterday, James was really into. It's like, nah, there's something there.
There's a lot to like about Louis the King, man. I might have to deep dive some more YouTube video of him. Louis King.
Wait, and we did. I was trying to think. We saw him in a game. Like he
played. Went for 30 or something like that against it was the second rate Grizzlies, but
that's fine.
He was killing.
You got some run out of him.
Actually, and I got the number over here. He went for 27-9 against
Louis the King.
Yeah.
King signed him to a max deal after that, or no?
They're in negotiations.
All right, we'll step out. We'll come back. The play-in tournament is back, or the play-in game is back, according to Adam Silver. Curious, I know how you feel about the play-in, and I know how you feel about the Kings. I'm curious how everybody else feels about this, because now and we'll adjust our phrasing here, but the postseason barometer has changed. When you've got 20 teams getting into the playoffs every year, you've got to be one of them, or getting into the postseason, I should say.
Come on, man.
Every year. We'll let you know what Adam Silver said as D-Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
DJ met JJ had a good game. The somebody screenshot that last Damien with the
Wait, what happened?
Glasses were all crooked. Somebody screenshotted. John Bull, where are you?
Don't do that. Do not listen to this man. Do not listen to this man.
That was funny. But JJ had the good game in the game that mattered, I think. I think he had like 30 in that game. They went back to back against Memphis when they got eliminated. I think JJ had like 30.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He was
I remember the game. I as soon as you said, I was like, when was that? Because I was like, why did he go for 30 when they were playing so late in the season? It's like, oh yeah, there was a few games where it was what, like two or three games that they didn't matter.
Well, that one mattered though. I just think everybody was hurt, and he had
that one wasn't after San Antonio. Well, I guess
that was the one that mattered.
I guess it did. Yeah, sorry.
It's the one that officially eliminated. But remember, that was when San Antonio blew the lead to the Lakers or to the Knicks, and they're like, this one. And
oh man!
And I think that's the one. I'm gonna check right now. I think that's the one where JJ went off.
That game against the Knicks, that Spurs Knicks game was wild.
That was
it just set up so beautifully.
Yeah, he had 31 that game on 12 of 17. Outscored Dylan Brooks, who had 30.
Y'all ain't never met Louis the King.
No, that was Justin James.
Oh, Justin James.
Justin James had 31 off the bench that night.
Justin James.
Damn. Terrence Davis had 16.
And he's the one who. Why did he play so much that game? Tyrese was gone. Everybody was gone. Yeah.
Yeah, Tyrese was hurt. Obviously, Fox was hurt.
Aaron was gone.
He was the.
Did Buddy miss a game?
No, Buddy played, but they had like three guards, so it was or four. They had Delon, Buddy, Justin, and Terrence Davis.
Buddy did miss one game last year, right?
Yeah, I think so.
He's tough.
It might have been after the. No, I think he played the next game against the Grizzlies. That didn't matter. I don't know.
I've always said it, man. He's tough.
He's tougher than a $2 steak.
Have you ever had a $2 steak?
Yep. Actually, I take that back. It was a $4 steak. It was in Las Vegas.
What was that, Jesse?
Steak and eggs.
Vegas.
Reno. I don't even know if they have that in Vegas no more, to be honest with you. Vegas is kind of rich now.
Dude, did I read something in here right? Poker Pro, are you in Vegas? I saw Eric mention something earlier, and I was like, wait a minute, is Poker Pro in Vegas Poker Pro and Murph Dog the same person? Oh, they're
Murph,
definitely.
I was just about to say, I ain't seen Murph
Murph's in Vegas. Yeah, Murph is in here.
Yeah, Murph Dog. Murph, where can I get the best $2 steak in Vegas? I was about to say Lake Show. Yeah, Reno is definitely a place where you can get a $2 steak. Vegas is rich now, man. You can't really get no deals in Vegas no more.
Is that true, Murph?
But yeah, I definitely did. It was like it's probably about 4 or 5 in the morning. Went to the spot. They have $4 steak and eggs. Steak wasn't bad either.
Shout out to our man Jason A. Mark, who did a little research to figure out what tweet we were laughing at. He caught on. I need to go back and read. I don't know why I thought Poker Pro tweeted something about COVID stuff in Las Vegas. Maybe Eric was just talking about stuff that was happening and not necessarily stuff he was a part of. I got to. Okay, I'm not putting that on the screen. Come on, Murph.
Yo, this guy. Must have been Mayweather's supercuts. That's what that was.
Our man Ryan Horvat, the host of the BetMGM on the BetQL network, the BetMGM show on the BetQL network. He's going to join us coming up here in about 13 minutes. We'll get his betting thoughts on the game tonight, and curious maybe some of his betting thoughts on the upcoming NFL season as well.
I'm gonna pick his brain because I'm back this year. I'm back with college football betting. I'm back. Let's go. It's a whole weekend thing. If I win on Saturday, I play on Sunday. That's the way I control my money. If I don't win on Saturday, then I can't play on Sunday.
That sounds like a degenerate type of behavior.
That sounds reasonable, actually. That sounds like you're being logical. I can't play if I don't win. I'm not going to just be like, oh, I got to make this up on Sunday. No, I take my little money that I bet on Saturday. Mm-hmm. If I win, I take some of those winnings and I bet on Sunday. If I lose on Saturday, then I'm out for the weekend. That is very, very smart, very logical.
I mean, it's certainly
going to have to call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay. Is that a real number?
I think so.
Okay. I mean, it's certainly more responsible than the alternative. You'll be out there, come over in 3 weeks and find the Spike Lee seats are gone and half of the turf is gone because Kenny bet it away. So it's certainly you had a couple bad weekends.
I can't miss one. Can't miss.
I got to make up for it now. So in addition, Deuce Mo joining us, by the way, at 1:47. It's Thursday. They never miss a Thursday here with us. In addition to the California Classic coming back, Adam Silver spoke before Game 1 of the NBA Finals and mentioned the play-in tournament was going to be back next season. He said it's my expectation, at least, that it will continue next season. And I guess we kind of knew that. It would be back. But I do have a question. 82 and a play-in? Mm-hmm. Is that too much?
No, that's fine. Well, look, I mean, it's fine. I wish they would go to 70 or 72. Like, I think 82 in general, they just need to cut down from that. But once again, man, it's about the dollar. So who's going to take the hit if they go to 70 or 72? I could tell you this, it ain't going to be the owners.
Well,
it ain't going to be them. They're going to start dipping into the salary cap and all this other stuff. They're not taking the hit. So if you say 82 in a playing game, it's 2 more games. It's what, 84, to the winning team in the play-in. Mm-hmm. I mean, I know we've seen a lot of injuries this postseason, but it's like, what's 2 more games?
Yeah, I guess it's not necessarily the volume of games, because you're right. It's 2 more. I mean, that's easy for us to say because we're not playing in them, but it's more like, and we talked about these potential scenarios, during this year leading into the play-in, because I've been kind of for last season, certainly for the Lakers championship season, I get it. For this season, okay, I guess okay, why not? Mm-hmm. But now for moving forward with an 82-game season, and now you could have real, and I get it. Like we saw it late in the season. We were just talking about it with the Kings. We saw it with the Sacramento Kings. More meaningful games late. We saw a team like, we were the Knicks Spurs game, or Knicks Spurs. Mm-hmm. That Knicks, where every Kings fan was hanging on that. Like, oh, this is phenomenal. This is so great. Okay, I get it. It created more meaningful basketball. But an alternative thing is you've got a team 8 games under 500, but the division, the conference is weak, so they're in the 9th spot, or they're in the 10th spot, or you got a team 12 games under 500. You got a team with 30 wins,
right,
or 30, something like that, getting into a play-in situation. And now with those play-ins, you steal a game, you keep it moving. Of course, if you're that bad, you got to steal a couple of them. But I don't know. I think it starts to get weird where you've got a 30 and 52 team, and that's dramatic.
Yeah,
but not crazy.
The equivalent to the Kings 31 wins this year was what, 35 or something like that.
35,
and they missed it by, let's just say, 2 games. So essentially, the East is probably a little different, but that you'd have a team that has 37, 38 wins playing in the playing game. It's all right. It's okay. I get your point. Like, I understand, more teams getting in, more mediocre teams getting an opportunity. Like, I get it. But yeah.
Well, as a fan and as a media member of a team that hasn't even hit mediocre status, I'm all for this. Like, all right, let's do it. If we're gonna do it, fine. Let's just embrace it.
Live.
Let's just embrace it. I'm not sure that it's my favorite thing, but fine. Let's just embrace it, because now we could start using the terminology, the 15-year playoff drought versus the 15-year postseason drought. And now it becomes it with that though is it's a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you still can't make the damn playoffs, or if you still can't make the postseason when they've extended from 8 to 10, man, just blow this thing up. Like let D'Lo and KC run the franchise, because y'all don't know what you're doing. Let us handle it.
I agree. I mean, this is, gonna be.
Imagine Minnesota gets in next year and the Kings don't.
Gosh, this is gonna be around next year. It's even more heat on everybody involved having to get to at least a postseason situation. Like, it's just that's the bare minimum of what needs to happen next year.
Yeah,
bare minimum.
We're talking about is a shot at the playoffs.
That's it.
I'm talking about like an actual playoff series. We're not talking about a 7-round series. We're just talking about a chance to make the playoffs. And that to me isn't even good enough. But now it's so let me ask this, because we've debated for a long time whether a play-in is the playoffs or not.
Mm-hmm.
But what if your play-in spot is like 7?
Or
8? Like what if you're in a play-in, but you're in what is a traditional playoff spot?
I would say, based on how things go, if you're 7 or 8 and you can't make the playoffs, then you don't deserve to say that you made the playoffs, because that means you lost 2 games in a row, and one of us to a lesser team.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Maybe even both of them to a lesser team. So you don't get
all more pressure, man. It's all the more pressure on the Kings.
Gotta get there. Do you think that if the Kings were the 9th seed in the play-in tournament, they get 25,000 in Doco the way they did at what's that place? Deer Park?
Yes.
I think there were a ton of people.
Yes. I emphatically believe
a lot of people. I don't know if
I was thinking. Well, I was thinking the 17 in the arena.
Oh, if they're at a home game, yeah, for sure.
And then everybody else.
They said
25,000 by themselves. I don't think there's enough room for that outside.
I don't think so either. They said there was 25,000 at Milwaukee's thing when they beat the Hawks to go to the finals, and they did that. I don't know. I don't know if there's 25,000 out there.
The Golden One Center just isn't constructed like that.
No.
There's too much in the way. Arco Arena? Hell yeah, you can get 100,000 people out there. You get 100,000 people out there, you wouldn't even obstruct traffic. With the multiple entrances and literally nothing in sight, you could do it there. But Golden One Center probably be
about 5,000-6,000.
You could get a bunch of people downtown.
Well, what they would do, I think, is they may block off L Street and put the game on that parking structure.
There you go. Sure.
And that could probably give them another 5,000 or something like that. You got the whole street down there. So interesting. I went down there the other day. They're building these condos across the street from the Golden One Center. Like, very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, they're
buy one of those too.
I wish.
Your little pregame meet spot. Just little Caraway downtown. We got the Caraway compound, and then we got Caraway downtown. We got the Caraway compound and Caraway condo. What it is.
That would be lit.
And you live a secret life, man. I don't know what it is.
I just live a life. That's all I do.
Mm-hmm. Matching motorcycles in the garage and everything.
Hey, And those are mine.
No, that's facts. It's not yours. It's not yours.
I got
That's the
there's
boss,
two
ladies.
motorcycles in this house, and neither one of them are mine.
And one's a little mini motorcycle. I wouldn't ride a mini motorcycle, a regular road motorcycle. None of them. I was hearing about Reese's first little bike experience. I was like, yeah, good for you. This shows the type of man Reese is going to be. He didn't quit. I would have quit. I would have been like, this bike clearly doesn't want me on it. So I'm just going to leave it here at the park. Yeah. Whoever wants it can come take it.
And I'll be standing right there on the ground. I'll be in my 4 wheels. I'm them 2 wheelers over there.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey.
2 wheels.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. We're live on ESPN 1320. And we're live on the Odyssey app, as is our man Ryan Horvat. He is the co-host of the BetMGM show, available on the BetQL network on the Odyssey app. Let's bring our man Ryan in here. Ryan, appreciate you having us, man. How's the show going so far?
Guys, thanks so much for having me. It's going good. Because we start in June, you figure usually we're wrapping up the NBA Finals around Father's Day, and we still got hoops. So we were on Eastern Conference Finals, Western Conference Finals. Now for the NBA Finals, we'll be on tonight for Game 2. So it doesn't get much better than that.
What's I don't want you don't have to give any secrets or anything like that, but what's one of the things you're looking at in this game too, so to speak, some of the prop bets or just the overall game bet?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you guys some picks and hopefully they hit. So the funny thing is I grew up in Chicago and then I was in Milwaukee for the last 4 years actually doing morning radio for the Odyssey station out there at 12:50 a.m. The Fan. Mm-hmm. Before that, I was actually covering the Bucks. So I kind of, even though I grew up a huge Bulls fan, fallen in love with this Bucks team, especially Giannis. I think he's just one of the great stories, man, where he was selling CDs on the streets to Greece. Now you look at him, he's a 2-time MVP and Defensive Player of the Year. I am on the Bucks tonight. That's not a homer pick. I was on Game 1. I just think the Bucks bounce back here in Game 2. The problem is, I'll tell you what scares me a little bit, is you saw in Game 1, Chris Paul and Devin Booker found Brook Lopez. They located him, and they put him in the pick and roll, and they absolutely abused him. But I think and this is the problem, Mike Budenholzer hates making adjustments. But I think tonight what they could do is what they did towards the end of the game is maybe play Giannis at the 5, maybe go a little bit smaller and put P.J. Tucker at the 4 or Bobby Portis. I just think they'll make some adjustments. There's no way Drew Holiday plays as bad as he did in Game 1. So I actually like the Bucks to cover the 5 tonight.
Nice. Do you recall, Ryan, was there a swing in points, a swing in spread when it was announced that Giannis Antetokounmpo was going to play in Game 1?
Yeah, so it got all the way up to about 6 when the Bucks were point dogs, and then it closed around 4.5. It was just something between 5 and 4.5. So usually he'd be worth probably a couple more points, but just that injury, we didn't know what he was going to look like. And then in the first half, he came out there and, he was moving pretty good for a guy that's playing on one leg. He didn't come back from that injury. So he's probably worth 4 or 5 points probably on the line. And that's why, I saw enough from him to be pretty confident that he's going to be able to make it through this series. But, that's the problem with these playoffs. It's been so hard to handicap at times because, I think, and the Suns have been great, but let's look at the first round. They kind of lucked out not having to see AD. And then in the second round, Jamal Murray, they didn't have to see, but he got lost in the regular season. And then in the conference finals, that might be a different story because the Clippers take the Suns to 6, and that's without Kawhi, who's one of the best two-way players in the league.
Yeah. Ryan, tell me if my terminology is off or if I have the facts off on this one, but I keep hearing how after Game 3 of the first round series, Suns versus Lakers, after Game 3, I think they said the Lakers were like a minus 800 favorite to either win that series or win the finals. And from that point on, the Suns have lost. They've gone 11-2, 12-2 since. Have you ever seen a team that was kind of dead in the water in the middle of the playoffs make a ride the way the Suns have from that Game 3 moment all the way to where we're at today?
No, and that's why these playoffs have really been so crazy, because it looked like the Suns were set because Chris Paul, all all we remember now is Chris Paul being in the COVID protocol and missing a couple games, to start the last series against Los Angeles. But we forget, like, he was dealing with that shoulder injury, and we thought he was finished. We didn't think he was coming back in that series. And yet the Lakers jumped out as huge favorites then, because the Suns took game one, and then the Lakers took the next two. Then Anthony Davis goes out with the injury. Chris Paul comes back, he's able to play. I've never really, that's the crazy thing, because I've been watching basketball my whole life. So in the 90s, it was always, Jordan and the Bulls against whoever was coming out of the West, whether it be the Jazz, the Supersonics. And then we were all complaining, or certain people were complaining, they were sick of seeing LeBron versus the Warriors, the Spurs for a couple of years. But this year, I don't think anybody saw this being the NBA Finals. Both teams were great in the regular season, but I'm not going to lie to you guys. My money was on the Nets. Kyrie doesn't get injured.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think it's probably the Nets and the Clippers even. Paul George was great in the playoffs. He didn't score less than 20 in any of those games. We trusted him after the bubble last year. But if they had a healthy Kawhi, I think that would have been the final.
Yeah.
Ryan over at BetMGM on the BetQL network. You can check out the whole BetQL lineup over there on the Odyssey app. Are you enjoying this though? I know Brooklyn, LeBron and the Lakers, Clippers, and different things like that. Those were kind of this is who we thought the finals were going to be. And there's been much talk about the stars or certain level of stars, or maybe the superstars not being in this finals. But have you enjoyed this playoff run, even without LeBron, even without Kevin Durant and so on?
Yeah, I personally have, and especially, coming from Milwaukee, because we still have some, even in the last round, Reggie Jackson, Paul George really balled out, and that Clippers team wouldn't give up. And this Suns team's been great all year, and it's kind of cool seeing Chris Paul finally play in the finals. And you got to remember, we remember DeAndre was the number 1 overall pick. Devin Booker is one of the best scorers in the league. And, you look at the Bucks side, and Giannis is a MVP, Defensive Player of the Year. Chris Middleton's a 2-time All-Star. And, I kind of like this brand of basketball. I love iso ball. But, you watch the Nets, and one night it's going to be Harden dropping 40. One night, and I love watching Kevin Durant. He's one of my favorite players in the league. But, it's a bunch of iso ball, whereas these two teams, they actually move the ball a little bit, and they play actually, team basketball. So for a year, I think it's okay not to have LeBron. And plus, we know, LeBron lost in the first round for the first time ever. They're finding somebody else to join forces with him and AD. He'll be back next year. And we'll have the same old team. So I think it's been kind of nice to have a break.
Yeah. Ryan, I want to switch gears real quick because I'm I dabble in a little bit of the watching the spreads and the gambling and things, but
he's a degenerate, is what Ryan is what he's saying. He's a degenerate.
Okay, maybe that's one word to use. Okay, maybe that's just one word. All right, but my bread and butter, not that I'm getting rich off it by any means, but my bread and butter is college football. And last year when college football started coming back, I was like, okay, I'm gonna get some bets in or whatever the case may be. And from week one, I didn't get any better because it just looked a mess and it looked off. Are we expecting, with crowds coming back and things going relatively back to normal, a normal looking kind of spread week to week on how college football goes about the betting aspect of, well, not college football, but how we bet on college football?
Yeah, I think so. I'm with you, though, because college football, I love NFL football, man. I live for Sundays, but I love college probably, just as much as you. It's honestly probably my favorite thing because you wake up Saturday morning, you literally have college football from 11 a.m. to 3 a.m.
Yeah.
You got Hawaii doesn't kick off until midnight. And that's the degenerate side of it. You got to say on Saturday, you're hammering the over in that Hawaii game. And then in the third quarter, it's 6-3, and you're rooting for overtime. So you still get your 82 points.
Or Ryan, that's your comeback game. You're like, man, I've lost all day. Maybe I can get a little back here on this Hawaii game.
Exactly, man. So I'm with you. I love college football. And last year it was so tough to handicap and to bet on because, look at Ohio State, for example. Every other week, and the teams didn't have to tell you who was out due to COVID. So you had no idea who was even going to be playing any of these games. You know what I mean? I'm a Notre Dame fan, and I can't even enjoy the victory against Clemson because there was no Trevor Lawrence. So it was just so tough to handicap and even to watch at times, no fans. I think it's going to be back to normal this year, at least for the most part. We may have a couple things pop up here and there, but I'm really hoping like that and the NFL, man. Like I'm just hoping that with the vaccine and whatnot, that we are heading more towards the normal season.
Yeah.
I can't wait for college football.
I know, man.
I'm like last year I was so bullish on it, like whatever. Like this isn't real. This doesn't feel real. Now it's like, yo, let's do this.
Yeah.
Like, let's see what this is about. Let's get this last 14 playoff over with. Let's rush through these changes as quickly as possible, and let's get a. What were we at? I think a 12-team playoff. Let's get to a 12-team playoff.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. I can't wait to be honest with you guys. That the NFL, like, and I love the NBA. Don't get me wrong. But right now, especially with the finals going on, it's like one game every night, every 2 nights, And we love baseball. Like, I love baseball, but 160 games, and I'm a Cubs fan, so my team just got done. They finally broke their 11-game losing streak. So for me, baseball's been over really for like last week.
Yeah, I'm saying, Ryan, I'm a Giants fan. Why don't you guys give us Chris Bryant or Rizzo? We need some help. Why don't you make that happen?
I wish I could for you guys because they're better than this crap. I get Kimbrel too because I bought into the Giants. Imagine rooting for the Dodgers or the Padres. The Padres are up and coming. They're kind of fun of me, but I'm all aboard the Giants, man. I'm so sick of the Dodgers.
My man.
Oh, look at if a conversation was, did we just become best friends? Yep. This was it right here. This was it right here. Ryan, great stuff, man. Congrats on the show. We're really digging it so far. Can't wait to have you on again.
Guys, thanks so much. Anytime.
Take care, Ryan.
That's Ryan Horvat, the host of BetMGM on the apparently your new BFF.
Although
Ryan and
KC.
I'm
a Michigan guy. I don't know.
Ryan and KC coming up Monday through Friday here on KC. It's 3.5 hours of Dodger trashing.
Yeah, and blowing money fast. Well, he wouldn't blow money fast. I probably would.
So Ryan's the expert. Kenny would just disagree with him. Like, nah, I don't know. I got this feeling. I'm gonna go ahead and bet the over. Kenny would be on the 6-3 Hawaii game.
I can't wait for those games ending at 11:30. Let's go. The San Diego State games ending at 11:30. Come on, let's go. Washington State. Oh my gosh.
I'm trying to hit
Here
some
comes the
music
money.
here.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
I got to tell you, Ryan just quote tweeted us, "Let's go Giants." Oh, that's good.
That's my boy.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Sorry for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000 by texting the code word RUN to 72881. That's RUN. I know, just run to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Your next opportunity to win $1,000 coming up 1 hour from right now. Of course, we'll have 2 more opportunities for you to win $1,000 here today as we've got your chance in the Summer of Cash contest. 10 minutes past the hour of every hour. We also got Deuce and Mo set to join us coming up at 1:47, and we want to hear from you if you want to jump in on the conversation. 916-349-1320. Dodgers, speaking of, they dropped a couple.
Yeah, I got to check the scoreboard. They played an early game today. I would really need them to take this L real quick. That's what I'm looking for. Let me see. Oh, they won today. Damn it.
Okay.
They're a game back of the Giants. Giants are off today.
Okay. All right. Well, you give that one. I mean, we started the week. They were a half game. They were half game up. So they've
gained a half game.
Gained a half game. There you go.
There we go.
And who were they playing? Weren't they playing Miami?
Yeah.
Okay.
They lost 3 or 4, I think, to the Marlins. The Dodgers did.
I feel like that's baseball. Except for the Giants. The Giants have been consistent. You know what I didn't know until I kept looking at, like, as you know, we're putting together the show. Why the hell do I keep seeing Conor McGregor's name? Why is Conor McGregor in the news? Conor McGregor's ready. Conor McGregor's ready for what? I had no idea there was a fight this weekend.
Yeah, well, he's fighting this weekend. And also our guy, fellow Black Bottle Boy.
Let's go.
Let's
go, Max.
Yeah.
Let's go, Max. You know, Black Bottle Boys don't lose, man. Come on now. Come on now.
This is an me. We should have. Well, it was the holidays. A little funky. We should have had him on the show. After he wins, he'll be on here.
We'll get Max on the live stream. Max is a game fit guy. Yeah, not only is he a black bottle
After
boy,
he wins on Saturday, he'll be on here very soon.
We'll get him on next week because here's a great teaser for next week. This week, there's figuratively nothing happening. Next week, there's literally nothing happening. What's the old line? There's only 2 days all year where no sporting event takes place.
Yeah.
The day before and the day after the All-Star game.
Yeah.
There you have it.
Here we go.
The All-Star game is next week. So
man, you guys thought our segment on wrestling was long yesterday.
As Jesse says, we're reviewing Eddie Murphy movies all week. Next week. Speaking of movies, they're doing a movie on Kurt Warner.
Okay.
You want to hit the Tony Schiavone sound for me? Because
yes,
I saw the trailer and
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
Sports biopics are tough, man. We'll talk about that. We'll get back to the Kings as well. Deuce Mo coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. That'll put some butts in this. That's the same guy who said, Hulk Hogan, you can go to hell. Straight to hell. We're out of here.
Schiavone, he's such a nerd. He was pretty good, though. Schiavone was pretty good in hindsight.
Mm-hmm.
When they came and roughed him up on the set when Hall of Nash came up there. Was roughing him up.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness.
Tony Schiavone.
You were in a movie scene atmosphere last night. Where were you at? Where the hell were you at?
Yeah, where were you?
You can't have been. Oh, were you at I think he said he was going to the soccer game, to the Earthquakes game.
Oh, okay.
Do they really care about the earthquakes in the Bay Area?
They care about a different kind of earthquake in the Bay Area.
Man, don't get me started on that.
You
ever been in an earthquake?
Yeah, like not significance. Mm-hmm. Like I felt earthquakes before, but nothing was.
I ain't been in no major.
I've been in more of a. What the hell is that? Is it more of a? Am I all right? Normally, I think it like you. Your first instinct isn't the ground's moving.
Yeah,
it's like, man, what's
the
wrong
ground
with
was
me?
moving, man.
It's like, what's wrong with me, man? I feel weird.
Yeah, I hadn't been in no major one, but I've been in two, and yeah, man, I didn't like it at all. Not that anybody would, but I was like, nah, this ain't cool. Not a big fan of the earth. Fire and the earth moving, not my bag.
And water.
And water. Well, deep waters. I'll get in a pool.
Okay, that's good to know. You get in a pool. Okay.
I'll get in a pool. I'll be at the beach. I'm not going surfing.
You're not going in the water though.
Go right up there, see, these California beaches, they're a little different. Like I've never been to one of the, Caribbean beaches that are like beautiful water you can see through.
That's where I want to be.
I maybe it's different.
Go to one of those beaches in Mexico where you go 4 feet go 4 feet out from shore. You may never come back.
See, no.
Them waves hit.
I don't want those
hard.
Like I said, you watch the Weather Channel long enough, you're at the mercy of the water.
Do you hear what you just said? Like, who does that?
Didn't we talk about this?
You just said you watch the Weather Channel long. Like, who does that?
Who doesn't watch the Weather Channel? Well, I guess maybe not a lot of people, but they had, once again, like I was trying to tell Deuce, the programming on there is not just today in California, it's going to be 95 degrees. No, the other day I was watching something where it was like the viral weather or something like that. There were some of these viral videos from weather occurrences. Craziness, some crazy stuff, bro. You got to be aware of the weather.
What'd you say? Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, Weather Channel got some good programming, man.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Club America. Stop it. Isn't that in San Francisco? Oh. What's the sailing thing? What's that called?
Oh, America's Cup?
America's Cup. Maybe that's what it is. Club America, where are they at? Oh, okay.
The funny thing is, I feel like I know exactly what this message means. For some reason, I feel like I know exactly what they're alluding to. Absolutely. Check out the Odyssey app and the all-new Odyssey exclusive stations. They're curated for sports listeners just like you. Find your new summer soundtrack. There are hundreds of new stations for summer barbecues, road trips, working out, or relaxing poolside. You'll find a variety of music stations like Arena Rock, rock of the 70s and 80s that conjures up memories of epic tailgate parties, mesmerizing light shows, and fog machines. This, of course, I'm speaking to people who are like 60. So if you fall into this category of someone who's 60 and you remember those parties,
shout out Big Al.
Rock on, fam. Yeah, Big Al. I am talking directly to you. You'll find your favorites artists on Odyssey too, or you could do like I did. You could check out Greg Street's Dirty South. Let's go. Get them old ludicrous mixtape records out there. Check out Greg Street's Dirty South channel. That's the one that you want to hear.
Oh.
We've got stations for everybody. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app.
I got something really important that I wanted to ask you that you have no idea is coming. But before I do that, one thing that I kind of realized, because, I listen to Odyssey and some of the throwback channels they have on there, if you go to SiriusXM Fly, whatever the case may be. Music, hip-hop music at least, hip-hop and R&B from like 2000 to 2005, it's a little trash. It's a little trash. Not a lot of them hold up. Tipsy came on the other day. Anything Nelly really doesn't hold up anymore.
To the 5. Yeah.
Mims, This Is Why I'm Hot. Remember how big that song was?
That was huge.
Song is trash.
That was a one and done joint too.
That song is garbage.
It was a one and done.
Two-step.
Get my drink, get my two-step, my drink, and my two-step.
I mean, early 2000s hip-hop. Kind of garbage.
Yeah.
Kind of garbage.
But let's see, 2000. Oh yeah, no, because it was later.
What's that?
When like In the Club came out and In
the Club was 0102. So
no, is that right?
I was at college. I was at Consumer.
2001. No, I'm calling cap. I'm looking it up.
Might be it's
got to be a little bit later.
No later than 02. Well, no, maybe 03. No later than 03.
Okay, wait a minute now. Wait a minute.
It was 02 or 03. 50 was killing it. Yeah, 50 did what he did. That's for sure. But other than that, the little like any Scott Storch type stuff, like that stuff don't live up, man. I'll be listening to it. So
that's why I said go to the Dirty South channel or go to the Beatbox channel. I didn't say go to the 2000 to 2005 channel.
Go to the Dirty South. That's when they was killing it. Laffy Taffy.
Oh, In the Club was released in January of 2003.
Good knowledge by me.
No, it's not. You said 2000. You literally said 3 years. You started in 2001, then you went no later than 2002. Okay, no later than 2003. No, man, wait a minute. In the Club came out in 2003, and I have never seen a response to a record like that one.
That was insane. Jesse, you hadn't seen nothing like that yet. You hadn't seen nothing like that.
Jesse. Okay. Okay.
50, Get Rich or Die Trying.
Ooh.
Ding, 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 ding. G-Unit. Whoa.
Unfortunately.
Oh my gosh.
Unfortunately, everything changed after that album came out. And
yeah.
It was kind of like a steady, like Get Rich or Die Trying. Like that was the equivalent of Thriller in hip hop. Like it was that. And then it was like, what I don't remember the Massacre.
It was it was Massacre.
That was not the equivalent of Bad.
Inferno.
Yeah, it hits. Those were radio hits.
Yeah,
the album wasn't good. And then after that, it was just a series of so
he didn't really do anything until he got I Get Money. That was pretty huge. That was big.
That was a song.
Yeah, but every song
that's all it was,
before that was trash. And then he got I Get Money. and that brought him back.
Well,
and
I
then-
think he also got that vitamin water money and was like, what do I
Yeah,
care?
I mean,
And I think he still went bankrupt, which is fascinating.
yeah, that's
Here's a fun
or it
fact.
could have been he went bankrupt because he had people to pay and he didn't want to pay him. So that's kind of what happened. A little
Do
wink.
you know who got offered the vitamin water deal first?
No.
I've heard it described as one of his few. Coincidentally, there's another business misstep that we'll talk about later. Arguably his biggest misstep business-wise to date. LeBron James was offered vitamin water first, and because they
Wow.
didn't have the type of money to pay him like a big salary, they were going to give him stake in the company. They were going to give him equity and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And he passed on it, and he signed with what it wasn't Gatorade, but whatever the other drink was.
Yeah.
They wound up going with 50. Of course, they were bought by Coke, and boom,
That's crazy.
LeBron turned down vitamin water. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Bad job by LeBron. He made up for it though. He made up.
Yeah, I mean, it was. They were bought by Coke, man, or Pepsi. They were bought by one of them. I don't remember which one it was.
Coke. But Ramsey talks about some of these Southern hospitality. Yeah, that was a song. Be a okay, whatever. Move, get out the way. Doesn't hold up. I don't enjoy that song. I don't enjoy a lot of Ludacris songs to this day.
Really?
Yeah. His best
You're wrong
song-
about Move, though.
Nah, that song's trash. His
That
best
song is
song
not trash.
might be his first song. What's Your Fantasy?
You know what doesn't hold up at all?
Hmm.
Like at all. The entire No Limit Records label. Like
Yeah,
all
I
of
might call cap on that because it didn't hold up. But now, if you get nostalgic and you bring it back, make them say,
That's okay. It's okay. It's all right. Like you could listen to it once,
and then
but let it roll over into a mystical song, and you'll be like, what is this?
yeah, I was never a mystical guy. And Silk the Shocker was the worst rapper of all time until Tyga came out. But he still might be. No, it's either. Well, Tyga got somebody writing for him now. I'm convinced because he's got some bars. But it's either Chingy or Silk the Shocker, the worst
Chingy's
rapper.
bad.
Chingy
That was a
up on
hit.
that early 2000s.
That was a hit too.
It was it. Then he
was
came
it.
out with Holiday Inn.
People walking around saying stupid stuff like cheer. Like, dude, shut up. Fool, you're from Elk Grove. Stop saying cheer. Idiot. Hip hop in the early 2000s made people stupid. That's what it did. It flat out made people stupid. Give me what you got for a pork chop. It's bad, man. Avoid
Worst bars of all time.
I don't know if there's an early 2000s hip hop channel on Odyssey. Just avoid it at all costs. Go for later 2000s. You said you wanted to throw something at me that I wasn't ready for.
Oh yeah. We didn't talk
In
about this.
addition to Chingy, I definitely wasn't ready for Chingy.
So
Give me what you got for a pork chop. What? I like the way you do it right, Chuh.
that is just garbage.
Just
And
want
look,
to walk around punching people.
I talk about how sorry that song is, or like how sorry he is, and that song comes on. I know every word. I know every word.
Yo, where the
It's
remote
like
at? Right
Danger-
there. It's right there.
It's like Gangsta's Paradise. Like that song trash, but I know every word.
I know it has a specific name, but where do we stand on the rap that just has the sound at the end of it? Like that's you in that big body Benz, huh? That's you in that big, where do we stand on that? It has.
I mean, are you talking specifically about?
Not specifically about that song, but about that Jigga on this black Rob track. Like whoa, Brick City on this black Rob track. Like whoa,
It's cool. We're good with it. We're good with it.
I'm just checking the temperature. That's all.
Because what happens is, because I remember a long time ago, people tried to get on, I think Puffy, because he and I Need a Girl. No, you don't know that. That's a classic right there. That's a classic. But they got on Puffy on I Need a Girl Part 1 and used to die for me. He kept saying me, right? And they're like, you're just saying me. You're not rhyming, but what you're doing is you're rhyming the word before me. And that's what happened in Yo, in Whoa, and in Ha. They're rhyming the word before that.
Okay.
So they're fine.
Go take a listen to Vax That Thing Up, by the way, if you haven't seen that circulating on social media. Yeah, shout out to Juvenile who went and that's Manny Fresh, right? Juvenile and Manny Fresh went the extra mile to pull that off.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance to, I think there's a YouTube video. He talks about how he made that beat and just the creation of that song. Manny Fresh does. It's pretty cool. Some good stuff.
And shout out to Ramsey, who was 100% right. I Need a Girl Part 2 slapped much harder than I Need a Girl.
That was all time.
And every radio personality knew exactly when the Mario Winans line hit. If I remember, I think it's been a while. I think it was 2 minutes and 50. 2 minutes and 50 seconds into the song, if I remember correctly.
No, that's an all-timer.
Because it's the one. It's the part everybody's saying.
And now let me make you and Ramsey and everybody else feel a little old. You know, they have remade. They sampled I Need a Girl Part 1 for the new Wale and Chris Brown song, Angles.
I don't think I knew that.
Need a Girl Part 1 sample.
Yeah, it is a wild world when music I used to play or listen to is now getting sampled. Like
when you were old, not when you were like Jesse's 8 or 7 or something like that. Like
no, I was in my 20s.
You were in the club.
I was,
and they're remaking the songs now.
Yeah. Well,
and that Angles, that's a smash too. That's gonna be a song. You gonna hear it all summer. That's a smash. Wale, Chris Brown, they got one.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, so I saw earlier tonight, I believe, maybe not tonight, maybe it's tomorrow night, because I can't believe they would do this during the NBA Finals. But either way, today or tomorrow is the Spelling Bee Finals. So I want to ask you, may do this once an hour. I'm going to give you a name, a person.
Nope.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Nope.
Can you spell Antetokounmpo?
Absolutely. We're not doing
that. You got
that.
to try it. You got to try. I'll try Coach K if you try Giannis.
Okay. Sometimes I misspell Giannis.
You don't have to spell Giannis.
It's Giann.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
I-S.
A-N. Hang on. God. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. Okay. A-N. Is it T?
Yes.
E?
Uh-huh.
On TED. On TED. Is it
It does get
T-O-K?
crazy now. Yes.
Is that right? T-O-K?
Yep, so far.
It's not UMPO. That's too easy. Do you know how to spell it while you're staring directly at it?
Yeah, I'm looking at it because I've got to make sure you got it right.
No, that's not right. I know I didn't get it right.
You give up?
So it's A-N-T on TED. No, yeah, I give up. What is it?
A-N-T-E-T-O-K-O-U-N-N-P-O. Antetokounmpo. All right, give me Coach K. I haven't looked at Coach K.
I ain't got to give you nothing. Say it.
I'm going to fail.
Can you, let me ask you something. Can you say his name?
Well, not with these braces in.
Oh, that's true. You might spit. You spit an Invisalign across the room. Let's go ahead. Let's let it ride.
His name, his spelling, and I hope I don't offend. That one just don't make no sense.
It doesn't. Yeah. All. Mike Krzyzewski.
Isn't it K-R-Y-T-E-N?
There is no T in Coach K's name. Like, at least I got the letters right, fam. There is no, it doesn't come from a T, Kenny.
But no, I'm saying, why is the R in there?
It's minding its own business. It's in there because it's minding its own business.
Just like that T that I mentioned.
That R ain't bothering nobody.
K-R-Y-S-E? No. S-W?
At least I was close.
What is that? Oh, they didn't put it in the chat.
R-Z-Y-Z-E-W-S-K-I.
Yeah, that's not going to get it done. I got another one for you.
T, an S. You was moving around the Y. I do remember it's like Krzyzewski. Like, what is, like, why is that R there?
Coach K.
It sounds like it should be spelled with like an SH.
It sounds like a whole bunch of what it doesn't even come out to being.
It's phonetically spelled SIH. That's how Krzyzewski is phonetically spelled.
Yeah, wait, Mitchell, you talk about the T. What is the K doing there? The hell is that doing there?
It's minding its own business, much like the K is dating the R. And that the K and R have been together for a long time. They just start with the Z and the Y.
Oh, that reminds me. And
really?
We're gonna do this.
That reminds you of something?
No, because you just said something. I'm gonna tell you. Damien doesn't even know this. We're doing it once an hour. Okay, we did it in the 1 o'clock hour. We're doing it in 2, and we'll do it in the 3. We are doing the sports spelling bee here on D-Lo and KC.
So we're doing the sports spelling bee, and you decided to start with Antetokounmpo and Krzyzewski. Like that's did you think this through before you mentioned it on the air?
No.
Or you just like, let's go. Like he literally put Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant first on WrestleMania 3. And we're like, okay, Hillbilly Jim and King Kong Monday with the little people
here.
Are next.
You can only go up from here. But you said
Billy Jack Haynes and Hercules.
You said the K is dating the R, and it reminds me of conjunction, junction, what you're from, something like that. You know what I watched yesterday? I just watched the with Reese. I watched the We the People. Have you seen that?
We the People.
I think that's the title of it. It's a thing Barack and Michelle Obama did with Kenya Burris, and it's basically like the conjunction, junction, what's your function, but it's like it's helping kids learn about the government, right?
Okay.
So they had
I'm assuming it's Netflix.
Yeah. So
Okay.
they got like 6 episodes. They're like 5 minutes apiece. They got Cordier. He does a little rap cartoon on taxes and why you got to pay your taxes and all this stuff. They do the Bill of Rights.
How about paying your mortgage? Did they do a segment on paying your mortgage?
No, not at all. And I definitely pay my mortgage thanks to
Okay.
City Center Financial. I'm always, on point with that. But
Well, thank God they came aboard when they did, because we all felt the imminent disaster on the way. Had City Center not come along.
But no, check that out. Man.
Jesse and I were already planning for that. Man, it's a damn shame what happened to Kenny.
It's a damn shame.
We were already preparing for that day. There's another show.
If you got kids, go check out We the People. It's really cool. With the Obamas and Kenya Burris, and I think they got different people. So, like I said, Cordier was rapping. Her is singing on one of the episodes. I think they got a couple other artists on there throughout every artist actually has a different learning song going on. Pretty dope.
Good stuff. I'm anxious.
Marcus asked a good question. Nobody said, "Can you put that in a sentence?" Just now. That would have helped out.
So you would have been able to spell Krzyzewski without a T if I had put Mike Krzyzewski is retiring from Duke.
It would all made sense.
Season.
Yeah.
So you would have left out the T, put the Y in the proper place. You would have had the K married to the R. Would you have had the multiple Z's in there because you didn't have the multiple Z's in your first spelling?
If you would have said it in a sentence, I would have liked the Z.
Of course. The spelling bee is like a ratings juggernaut.
Oh, they've been the reason why I saw it is they had it on the bottom line. Like, how they'll be like on ESPN, they'll be like, Game 2 of the NBA Finals, Suns, Bucks. They're like, no, spelling tonight, finals.
ESPN promotes the spelling bee harder than it promotes the WNBA.
This is true. I damn near never know when the WNBA game is on.
You absolutely don't, but you ain't gonna miss the spelling bee. They will have you locked in. They'll have every reporter on site. They got sideline reporters to cover. You go interview the kids to talk about the spelling bee.
Yeah.
Coach K's record, just because I have his Wikipedia page up here. Deuce Mo said to join us in about 7 minutes. 1,097 and 302.
Wow. That's crazy. That is crazy. I was
just noticed his birthday's one day before the coach of the women's team. His is February 13th. Kara's is February 14th.
Aquarius in the house.
What?
I said Aquarius is in the house.
Oh, you're really you try to pretend like you're not into that stuff. And
No,
you
I'm
very
really
much
close to an Aquarius. That's how.
say no more, dog. Say no more.
Coach K, I used to really like. I didn't like Duke at all. I was a North Carolina guy, and then yeah, there she is. 510. Yeah. I used to really like North Carolina. Couldn't stand Duke, and then as I kind of got older, watching more basketball, kind of got into the dynamics of team building and stuff like that. I was really big on Coach K. I was like, Coach K that's my guy. He's the best coach. And in his last like 5 years, I'm kind of over Coach K. But he's a great coach.
Coach K, obviously super successful.
Mm-hmm.
Would his life or career make an interesting movie?
I think so.
So they're doing a biopic on Kurt Warner. And I feel like this has been talked about for a while. And Kurt Warner even says they released like this. It's not a trailer. It's like a teaser type trailer because it shows scenes of the movie. And it's just like intertwined with like Kurt Warner talking and the actors talking. It's like a little 2.5 minute featurette.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of feelings on this. The initial one is the movie looks like trash. It just looks absolute. It looks like this is like a theatrical release. Like this is going to the theaters or however they're going to release movies moving forward. This is a major release. It looks like a made for TV movie. It looks awful. And then as I think about it, to a movie executive, and Kurt Warner's even on there, people have been telling me my stories. It's like a movie script. And it's like, okay, just so I understand this clearly, it's don't get me wrong, the determination, that type of thing. No, I get it. But this is a movie because you had a career that you thought fizzled out or that the league thought fizzled out. You went to work in a grocery store and then you got brought back into the league. You joined the greatest show on turf. You go on to win Super Bowl, or I think it was a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then you head off. You wind up winning another one, but did you? Did he win one? No, Arizona didn't win one. He went to another Super Bowl. Should have won one.
Took
didn't.
The Cardinals to the Super Bowl.
Because I still don't think Santonio Holmes' foot has touched the end zone.
No, he was in.
I don't think so.
He was in.
One foot firmly in. The other one just hung in the air.
Yeah,
I'll stick with that. But there's nothing about this that's like, what would make a good movie? Like to me, this is the type of story that's a movie, is Josh Jacobs. To me, Josh Jacobs is a movie. Dude was homeless. Like, give me that. Like, Kurt Warner was working in a grocery store. Kurt Warner was fine.
Well, I'm gonna push back a little bit. And as I watch the trailer, I see what you're talking. The idea of it, the idea that he has a movie. And how it's going to be portrayed
enough to me.
It's not, but that is pretty crazy. The man was bagging groceries and won the Super Bowl the next year.
It's cool. Like, okay, how about this? It's a good story. I don't think it's a movie. That's a movie. I can see that. It's a movie. And then if you want to what they're going to do, I don't know. If you want to high point it, you could be like, oh, they want to see, because he didn't win the second Super Bowl, right? So that's kind of tough. But he's a Hall of Famer, right? He went to the Hall of Fame.
I think, he went to the Hall of Fame. That's kind of crazy. Like Kurt Warner's story. And when we talked about this,
so you're telling me you're going to sit down and watch this Kurt Warner movie?
I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm not extremely interested in it. But the way they make movies, that's a movie, man. That's a movie.
Okay.
Because then if you really want to get in,
I very much
in the football thing. So then he was done. He was finished in the NFL. Done. Complete garbage. And then he came back and took the Arizona Cardinals to the Super Bowl. It's kind of crazy, man.
Or he wasn't done. He was just on a trashy team.
No, he sucked.
Did he suck? I can't remember.
The Giants. The Giants, he was getting
That's why the
benched
Giants
left and right.
so high.
That's how they got Eli, right? He was getting benched left and right.
It was Eli who replaced him.
Yeah. because he stunk. I remember he like broke his thumb or something like that, and they thought he couldn't play no more, and he couldn't grip the ball the right way. And then he goes to Arizona and has this crazy renaissance.
Now that again, that's phenomenal. It's a great story. It's a great 30 for 30, but a movie like with actors, I don't find it like that interesting. I would like the historical perspective. That I think would be interesting. Clips intertwined of the Giants games and how how that leads to Eli coming in and him getting released and him getting picked up by the Cardinals and everything that happens with him. I just don't know how you can tell this story in a compelling fashion through like a drama.
Well,
it doesn't do.
It's
doesn't
easy.
work for me.
It's easy. He's playing arena football.
Like there's this scene in the trailer where he's looking at a loaf of bread like he wants to throw it. And it's like, nah, dude, ain't gonna be me. Ain't gonna be me. But Deuce Mo, they're a movie every time they're on with us. They'll join us next year as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We can. Well, no, because callers can cheat. I guess we can.
Wow. I mean, literally, I
don't think I knew that about his wife, though. I don't think I knew his wife went through cancer.
Yeah, I remember that.
But I don't. Yeah, maybe. I guess it's just me. I'll be the only one not watching it. That's fine. Y'all can tell me about it.
I didn't say I was going to watch it, but I might stumble across it the way I did draft day one day.
Bagging groceries to me doesn't strike me as oh my God, the adversity he overcame. That's not it.
Well,
welcome back, fam.
Done.
That's cool. Perseverance. Maybe it's the trailer that ruined it for me.
Damien, a little pushback. Doesn't look that bad. Doesn't look that bad. I'm looking at it.
It looks bad. It looks bad. That's fine. You can watch it and you can tell me. You could show it on the big screen in the little G1C in the backyard, sitting crisscross applesauce on the basketball floor, and you can tell me how it is. They probably didn't get approval from the NFL.
They got them all in here. They got Rams jerseys. I think I saw a Ravens jersey in here. No, let me see again. No, these are official. Rams and Ravens, those are official. Jesse, do you remember these Rams jerseys? That's the other aspect here. Now, you may be talking about the Arena League jerseys. You may not notice those because they got the Arena League scenes in here.
Yeah, that did throw me off when I saw those. What's up, guys?
Man, the Kurt Warner hot takes, man.
Is that a hot take?
I mean, his story's pretty remarkable to go from a guy that was literally an AFL, bounced around, bagging groceries, not like bagging groceries when he's 14, but then turns into a Super Bowl champ and an MVP. It's pretty crazy.
And that's movie worthy.
I mean, if you were to list some of the best stories in sports, he's up there, I think. I mean, you remember Trent Green?
I'm with you on this
quarterback. Trent Green was a starting quarterback. Kurt Warner wasn't even supposed to play.
Dick Vermeil cried when he had to put Kurt Warner in the game.
Yeah, and then don't forget that then he had an epic collapse in St. Louis. Goes to New York, then the whole Eli thing, and then he has another resurgence with Arizona. It is a bizarre story.
Deuce is actually the narrator of this movie.
Apparently.
Yeah.
I'll write it alone. There's no we're hanging out. We're searching. We spent about 17 minutes on early 2000s hip hop. So
nice.
Yeah,
I saw you guys were doing a spelling bee. I got a name for you, and maybe
dude.
All right, because you guys were throwing pretty tough ones.
Yeah, he comes out with the main event right out the gate.
Yeah. So how about Kenny?
Brock versus Seth Rollins right there to start?
One of Kenny's favorite guys, Dwayne Wade.
Oh, that one's easy.
Okay.
It's DWAY. No, his is different. The Dwayne is different.
Yeah. You said it's easy. It's easy. Then you get it wrong.
Well, I know that that's different. Is it well, I might have this one. But I know
All
it's
right.
different. That was the quirk about him. Is he have the different
DWY.
Why? That's what he spelled it.
A-N-A.
Yeah, he got me on that one. But yeah, I was like, oh yeah, it's not the same as all other Dwayne.
Hang on, guys.
That.
Looking for sports betting content all day long? The BetQL network is now available nationwide on the Odyssey mobile app and website on over 10,000 home and auto connected devices and at betqlnetwork.com. This is wagertainment for every fan, morning, afternoon, and night. Betting angles throughout the day, insights in local and national experts, entertaining content to keep both casual and hardcore bettors engaged. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. BetQL network streaming now on the Odyssey app, as are Deuce and Mo. They're always streaming somewhere, whether it's on Twitch, YouTube, or here on Odyssey. And Deuce came in firing. I apologize. Apparently, my take on Kurt Warner's biopic here is out of line. So all the Kurt Warner stands, my sincerest apologies. Deuce, I'm sorry.
It's not even like, I'm not saying that this movie looks like it's going to be any good. I'm just saying like his story is pretty remarkable. Like how he even got into the NFL.
It's not remarkable.
I think
cool.
It should be told. Make a movie. We have so many crappy movies over the years. Why would this one not be worth highlighting?
Just one more crappy football movie, I guess.
Oh wow! So Mo is on the complete opposite side. She is not telling the Kurt Warner story.
You guys, I think I heard one of you said it, like, why not make it a 30 for 30? Why not do something?
Well, you can do both. What's wrong with doing?
You can.
I don't need that much Kurt Warner in my life.
Well, don't we already have a football life?
A football. There's so many things. There's so many things. And on top of that, you guys, it's just like a crappy football movie. It could actually ruin his story and could ruin what he's done in the NFL. So,
like The Blind Side.
There you go.
Yeah. The Blind Side was not a bad movie.
It's not a bad movie. It's just not a real story.
Well, there's that. There is that.
Well, that's the biggest issue I have with some of these sports movies is like, especially when they're based on something real events, the way they twist it. I'm like, come on, man.
So here's the other thing about this, guys. We don't need a Kurt Warner movie because we know Kurt Warner.
Okay.
Sally down the street, down the block, she don't know who Kurt Warner is. So if they come out with this Disney movie about this guy who was working at a grocery, oh my gosh, tears are gonna be coming down. If they made a 30 for 30, she ain't watching no 30 for 30 on Kurt Warner.
Yeah.
She don't know what that is.
So you're just reaching out to a different audience, right?
That's
Is that all?
weird.
It's a story of perseverance and keeping your dream alive, and you're going for it. The guy became an MVP Super Bowl champion, then goes to New York, like flames out. He flamed out of St. Louis, goes to New York, has the Eli thing, and then has a resurgence in Arizona. It's incredible.
We all love the story. Again, it's just when it's done by random actors that are, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. It ruins the magic.
No,
but
I'm with you. Mo and I go together like the K and the R in Krzyzewski.
there you go.
And look, when I see football movies and I see like quarterbacks and stuff like that, I always think back. You guys heard the story that what's the guy who made Any Given Sunday? Stone. What's his name?
Oliver Stone.
Oliver Stone. Jamie Foxx was supposed to be Puffy, but he said Puffy just couldn't, like, he didn't throw well enough.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Mo or anybody else, but the term they used was he threw like a girl.
I remember that.
Was like, yeah, we can't go with Puffy, and they went with Jamie Foxx.
I would say too, the one criticism you can have for like Kurt Warner is like, yeah, the story is amazing, but he's not the only like NFL player who's had to overcome crazy obstacles to get into the league. So that would be.
You mean like the running back for the Oakland Raiders who was freaking homeless?
Right.
or Las
That's a
Vegas
pretty
Raiders
good
or
deal.
Los Angeles or wherever the hell that they play
Where they're
now.
playing,
Like, how about that guy?
No, 100%. 100. Now, the only thing that I'll say about that is the story is comparable or even greater with Josh Jacobs. Kurt Warner was the quarterback that won a Super Bowl.
MVP. Did some
So-
amazing things. Part of legendary teams.
If Kurt Warner was the wide receiver who did all this, there wouldn't be a story. It's the fact that he's a quarterback.
Here's the
Okay.
serious question: Are any of you guys going to watch this movie?
I'm not paying to watch it.
Are you
I feel like
even-
I can't now.
I mean, sure.
I'll watch it because I like
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will because I like watching things that I think are going to be bad. 'Cause I like to hate watch things. It's one of my things. It's fun.
What is there like? What's the best sports biopic? Like, can you think of one off the top of your head where you go, "That was a great movie"? The first one that comes to mind is all three of you are thinking for me is Ali, but people hated the movie Ali.
I didn't think Ali was that good.
I think one of the downsides to that movie was they covered the same exact time frame that everything that covers Muhammad Ali covers.
Mhm.
It covers the draft part, the comeback part. Like, it didn't cover anything else. But Will Smith's portrayal of Muhammad Ali was so flawless that it made me enjoy the movie a lot more.
I didn't see it.
Right.
Wow.
I saw that when it came out. I saw that on Christmas Day.
I saw
when it came out.
Same. Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Isn't Jamie Foxx doing? He's portraying
Mike Tyson.
right?
Yeah, they've
Oh.
been saying that for the last 10 years. And we
No,
haven't-
I think now he's really doing it. Like, I think they're actually filming it.
So this was an HBO movie. Did you see what's the guy's name? Michael
High White.
Yeah, Michael High White. He did. You see his Tyson?
Oh, he looked incredible as Tyson.
Yeah, I thought he did a good job. Ali was a little underwhelming. Like, I had really high expectations and it
Wow.
just didn't meet him. Will Smith did cool. He did a good job.
No, Will Smith was phenomenal. Sorry, Mo. Will Smith was phenomenal. He wasn't cool. He was phenomenal.
Yeah,
he
he did
did
that
what
episode
Jamie
happening.
Foxx won the Academy Award for the year before Jamie Foxx did it.
Yeah, I like Will better in Pursuit of Happiness.
Sorry, Morgan. Go ahead.
That was a better performance.
Now we're talking Will Smith movies. Like, I feel like I just don't watch movies anymore. I just don't.
And that's why, because I was just about to say, remember the Titans.
Oh.
And the reason why that movie comes up so quick is because that's when I was watching movies,
Yeah.
right?
No,
You know,
great movie though.
what?
That's a great movie. That's an all time.
Yeah, no, it's solid. Like, all age groups can watch it. It connects with so many people. It's great. Like, that's a good, solid sports movie.
I love that movie growing up. I see all the movies sports movies I like is when I was watching them growing up. Like, I love Space Jam. I had Space Jam like comforter.
So
I had I was obsessed with Space Jam. That was a great sports movie. I liked Little Giants. I don't know if you guys
That
remember.
was, that was a great one. That was a great one. Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
Like Mike.
underrated.
Not my
the
job.
Big Green. The Big Green. Everyone remember that?
I remember the
soccer
Big
movie.
Green. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Oh,
looking at us like, what the
You
hell is
got
that
I
movie?
remember the Big Green.
I mean,
What I
The
do
only
remember-
soccer movie I know is Kicking and Screaming, and that movie's legit.
I
I
haven't
never
seen
seen that.
so
I've seen
bad.
Bend It Like Beckham.
Which one?
Bend It Like
Bend It
Beckham.
Yes, I have. It's terrible.
No, it's not very good, but I enjoyed it. You know, another one that's not very good that I enjoyed. Let's see if
What?
you guys have seen this one. The Ladybugs. Y'all remember that?
So
Oh.
let me with Rodney Dangerfield. Let me get this straight. You've seen Ladybugs, but you've never heard of Kicking and Screaming?
No. Well, what's it about?
Yeah. What
It's-
is?
It's Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell's the soccer coach.
I remember that.
And Mike Ditka, he's feuding with his neighbor, Mike Ditka.
I remember that. Now, see, Ladybugs, I've seen it because it used to come on HBO all the time, right? So when I'm 11 years old and it's 107 degrees in Sacramento in the summer, you just turn it and, oh, okay, this movie's on. That's how I would watch that.
Man, I forgot Kenny had the HBO life at 11. I
Yeah.
mean, that's I was
I
Did
wasn't
you
about
also
that life.
Like, you were able to stay inside all day with AC with
Man.
107 outside. Okay, Kenny.
Yeah, what the hell? This is what you do. I tell my son this all the time. The schedule was from 9 to about 1. You're outside. You're back. I'm in the backyard. I'm playing baseball. Once it gets to 102, you're inside from 1 to about 7. Cools off. You go back outside from like 7 till the sun goes down. That's how you get it done in Sacramento.
I like those rules. Those are good rules.
Yeah.
Well done.
That's what's going But the other, when you talk about biopic movie though, there's so many like under the radar, like the Tyson one that we referenced. Like I'm not sure a lot of people have seen that one. The one for me that kind of sticks out is the Rebound, the Earl the Mango movie with that Don Cheadle played in.
No,
Yes,
I've seen that one either.
Now that I think that's a movie. Like, I'll be talking about these little goofy movies. Like Ladybug is a goofy movie. Rebound is a great movie, and the GOAT is basically like he's like they always label him as like the greatest street ball player that didn't make it to the NBA. Crazy hops, all this. He's a legend, playground legend or whatever. But Don Cheadle, he killed that performance.
It's hard to do a good sports movie well, I think, because all the movies I'm thinking, I was going to say Cool Runnings, and then I was going to say Mighty Ducks. Like, all those movies to me aren't those epic sports movies. I mean, Mighty Ducks, you get there with the Flying V, right? Like, it's pretty epic. But at the same time, there's the humor in all of them, and it's like not this realistic thing. And then a lot of the movies you guys are naming, I'm like, I haven't watched a lot of those, but they seem much more attention to detail to the actual sport too.
Well, I think that's part of the problem with sports movies. You turn them on, and sometimes you're like, "Oh, this actor has never like thrown a ball or dribbled a basketball." We've seen some cringe-worthy like Teen Wolf. Remember Teen Wolf with Michael J. Fox?
Basketball movie of all time.
Yeah, I've seen the highlights.
The basketball in that movie is awful.
Love and basketball. Sorry.
That's a great movie.
Never seen it.
Morgan with the
whoa.
I know. I've never seen it, man.
That's grounds for a new podcast partner. Like that's you got to watch Love and that's
on the other day.
Dude, and you love basketball.
It's fine. Look, again, I'm not like I don't spend all my time watching movies, and I wasn't watching that when I was a kid.
I was in the 8th grade, and I grew up being like, "That's going to be my life. I'm going to marry someone, and we're going to play basketball for life together." It didn't happen.
But you bring up a good point. I think we as people like us who live and breathe sports, we kind of ruin these movies. Because we like watching, it didn't happen like that. There's no way without like it's not that deep. Like they're just making a movie, but we're like, no, that's terrible.
That's what ruined Draft Day for me. I watched Draft Day. I was like, that's stupid. That doesn't happen.
Thank you. You know what? You just remind me of Moneyball. Moneyball. This scene. Oh, it's so irritating. So Brad Pitt, of course, plays Billy Beane, and he picks up the phone to call Brian Sabian, the Giants GM at the time. And he goes, "Hey, Sabey saves." He's not calling Brian Sabian Sabey saves. That never happened. I can tell you that. 100% that didn't happen. He's Sabey saves. Hey, let's make a trade. Hey, come on.
We got a couple of good ones in the chat. Eddie, how do you guys feel about Eddie?
Oh, Eddie's a good. That's a
Eddie,
great.
Is that Whoopi?
Yeah,
Yes.
Whoopi with the New York Knicks. Malik Sealy in there. And what was the king that was in there? Was it Vladi?
Was it Vlad? It was Vlade.
No, it was Olden Polynice. Olden Polynice was in there.
In a lot of movies.
Vlade might have been in as a Laker then. Vlade was in some movie.
Yeah, he might have been, but as a king, it was Olden Polynice. So I remember he was at the line and somebody was like, "What's the Bermuda Triangle or something?" And he, was all educated. It was like the Bermuda Triangle. And, so at the time, we were like, "We got a king in the movie. It's lit." Like it's crazy. Somebody said, "You guys remember Forget Paris?" I went to the movie thinking that was a basketball movie, and it was the farthest thing from it. Billy Crystal was the NBA referee, and he it was like 15 minutes of basketball in there. The rest was a love story.
Did anyone mention White Men Can't Jump?
Maybe the greatest basketball movie of all time. Well, maybe it's in the consideration.
Okay.
I did this poll the other day. I talked about it, and it really comes down to
Conversation really got away from me. We went from sports biopics to White Men Can't Jump.
Well, that's what biopics stink. That's what it came down to. But the best basketball movie, White Men Can't Jump, Blue Chips, Above the Rim, and He Got Game. And I think I think he got game might be number 1.
Blue chips.
That's with Shaq, right? I haven't
Shaq
seen
and
that
Penny.
either. Yeah.
Shaq and Penny.
Okay, I
listening
haven't
to-
seen that one. So
You're listening to D-Lo KC, Deuce and Mo here on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We've got your opportunity to win $1,000 coming up 8 minutes from now. Adam Silver spoke before game 1 as I desperately attempt to get this conversation back on track. Adam Silver spoke before game 1 of the NBA playoffs. And I feel like most of us were probably under this assumption, but he kind of did clarify he expects the play-in tournament to be back next year. Obviously, there's a couple of things that have to be worked out along the way, but the expectation is that it's going to be back. He also mentioned an 82-game schedule. I'm curious how you two feel about the play-in coming back with likely a full slate of games on the docket next year.
I just don't like the 82 game portion of it. It's too long. It's too long. And I think all these sports do it, right? Like baseball is far too long. Like baseball's so worried about the future. Cut that season in half. I know that seems radical, but why not? From the NBA perspective, I'd be cool with 70 to 72 again, but they're so concerned about the money and the TV contracts. And I'm like, yeah, but if you played fewer games and they were more meaningful, like more people are going to be into watching it. You give guys more rest. Hopefully they're healthier. I just think having 82 games, it's too much. It drags on. There's just too many portions of the season that don't matter for the casual fan.
quality over quantity. I mean, that's just what it is, because I like everything that's going on with the playing game. I think we had fun this year watching a lot of it. I kind of changed my perspective on it. I was telling Deuce the other day that before it was very much like, you're rewarding losers. All these losing teams get this opportunity to be in the postseason, when really you can look at it like you're rewarding the top 6 teams in both conferences by kicking butt and getting there in the first place and not being in that 7 spot. So then you don't even have to worry about your future in the postseason that year. So I kind of like that being put on these teams. I mean, you heard LeBron this year talking about it. As soon as they were in the playing games, it was like, I don't like it. And it's like, yeah, so then don't be there. So I'm all about that. And I agree with 82. Why 82?
Yeah,
because of money.
I'm curious. They have been talking too with this big anniversary season coming up, maybe doing some sort of like mid-season tournament. I know they're doing something similar in the WNBA right now with what the Commissioner's Cup, I think they're calling it, with certain games that have more meaning. So I'm curious to see if the NBA does anything there. They're trying to find different ways to keep as many games, but could a tournament entice fans to get more excited? But I go, do players care about that, or is it only the end of the year they care about playing for an actual NBA championship rather than just a tournament?
Yeah, what you guys say and what everybody says about 82 being too long and everything, I agree. But unless they can find the money to make up for those 10 games, we all know it's not going to happen. So this is what it is. This sounds a little radical maybe, and I know Damien's going to roll his eyes or whatever. I think they need to put the playing game in a central location, or playing tournament in central location. So the West Coast teams may be in Vegas somewhere, East Coast teams, I don't know, New Orleans, whatever the case may be. But I think I already enjoy the playing tournament or the games or whatever. Yeah, I think they could do big things if they put them in a central location somewhere.
Make it an event for those games.
Yeah.
I mean, there's something to that. I think the biggest obstacle there would be like the team that would be hosting it.
Mm-hmm.
If they were at home, they lose that playoff revenue. I mean, that's a lot of extra revenue you make off that one game.
Yeah, well, get to 6.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that, but I just think there would be pushback from the owners there. But like,
Get to 6 or lose playoff money.
Yeah.
Well, so what? I don't know how this works, but say the Kings were the 7th seed. And, say they were the 7th seed, and you'd be losing, quote unquote, losing money by having it in Vegas at T-Mobile Arena. But can't they make a deal where, I don't know, Vivek gets 60-70% of that revenue that comes into the T-Mobile Arena or something like that
instead of 100?
Well, maybe they got to pay the rent, the fee to have the game there, whatever they got to do. But Yeah, if he could get 100, that'd be great too. Just get the revenue at T-Mobile.
Stop
I
trying to
get
get games in New York, so in Las Vegas. Sorry, Mo.
You know, got
No,
to. Gotta
no.
be in Vegas.
I get Casey's thought process, but yeah, and then these points that you bring up with these teams, not everyone's greedy. Everyone wants as much money as they can have, and they don't feel like sharing it. Just look at people like Jeff Bezos and all the other crappy rich people in this world.
Oh, are we going
Well,
there?
Steve Ballmer just hit 100 billion, so congratulations to Steve Ballmer.
Yeah, good for you. So yeah, there's just so much greed that I understand why there's so many people that wouldn't want to give up even just a little bit.
I guess my pushback for the whole like, hey, if you cut 10 games, that's going to cost us. You know, I go, okay, but if ratings are going down right now and you're concerned about attention spans, you're concerned about the health of players, that it's short-sighted to look at it that way, because maybe, yeah, you lose a little money upfront, but changing it, shortening the season, making it more exciting, making the games more meaningful would lead to higher ratings and shockingly more money coming in. So I don't know.
But are ratings down? They're not
They've
down,
gone
are they?
up this year. They had them going down, but I think they've gone up this year.
Yeah, the finals ratings are down right now after game one.
Well, no, they're up from last year. I saw that today.
Well, go ahead.
It's
Deuce.
I think it might be up from last year. Bubbles ratings were really bad, but it's
I was
way
going to say,
down.
I think you have to throw out
Yeah.
last year's.
Yeah.
I think you have to throw out last year because last year was such a aberration. Like it was so different.
I also think the rating thing that gets talked about so much is a little overblown because the NBA trends really well with the younger audience. And, you know, I'm sorry, young people aren't just going, they know how to find the games without having cable. All right. There are plenty of ways to find the games for free. You could go to YouTube and watch 15-minute recaps. Like, so there's so many different ways that younger fans are consuming the game.
Yeah, these young hipsters, they don't have cable anymore. They just stream.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Well, not all of us have 11 TVs scattered around our house with a variety of boxes hooked up to them. But I don't even think Deuce is talking about streaming. He's not talking about Hulu Live. He's talking about young people being more creative.
Yeah, how are they going to watch the McGregor fight this weekend? That's how they watching the NBA.
That's what he's talking about. He's talking about Deuce is talking about finding a different version of League Pass.
We do not endorse, but that's what
No,
the
of course not.
shows out there do.
I've never done that for any wrestling event or
No.
anything like that.
Never. Absolutely not. And because we're such good, hardworking people who would never illegally stream anything, we'll go ahead and we'll throw some money your way so you, to attribute to that bill.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Oh no.
Here comes the money.
Oh, let's get it, Mo. Come on, one more time. Here we go.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
All it looks like on the camera is just Mo. Wow.
They're doing the whole stream.
Money.
That's what you
nailed
want.
it, Mo.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Cool because he's not that cool. So, come on.
This has been a hell of a segment with you guys, man. I tell you, it's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000 by texting the code word VERSE to 72881. That's verse. Like this is the 7th time we've used the word verse. You should have all of these saved in your notes app by now. Text the word verse to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Looking ahead to the next word, I think it might be a first run word. Might be. I might be. How much do you guys miss these radio contests?
Oh, so much.
God, I mean, sometimes I remember back in the day, there'd be like a concert. You'd be like, yeah, "Come up, we got tickets for this country show." I'm like, I don't care. Like, why are we doing this away? It's like, hey, caller 10 right now. Hit us up.
No, it was always like the bull shows. Whatever.
Rodeo.
You know the bulls.
PBR?
Yeah, that thing.
Professional bull riders?
Yes.
I didn't know what type of shows you were talking
I
about.
didn't like.
I thought you were talking.
This is not night chat, guys. It's the middle of the day right now. It's 2:11 p.m. right now. Night chat will. Actually, I don't know if night chat will be back. You guys might be busy. I do want to we're big into speaking stuff into existence. You guys always have big plans, for Can y'all keep draft day free? Just for me. Can y'all keep draft day open?
They'll laugh at you.
I'm just saying.
What if I told you it's already scheduled?
Jesus.
I mean, also I think there's a way we could do it where we can almost, do at the same time, kind of like when Nitro was the first. It was the final Nitro, and they did the crossover with WWF Raw at the time. We could do that, right? Like you could be on our stream while we're on your stream.
I think we can try that. Let's just try it.
I think that's possible.
I think we should do that. And the stream is fun. I'd also like to get you on the radio. I know sometimes it forgets because we all see each other that we're actually broadcasting on the radio. So I think an idea. Let's make this officially unofficial that Deuce and Mo are going to be a part of the D'Lo and KC NBA Draft ESPN 1320 special.
Even if we have to do
Very
a
long
cardboard
title.
cutout like Cena did to Fabulous. Remember when he did that rap battle?
I do, because it was actually supposed to be Jay-Z at that WrestleMania. Jay-Z backed out. Then it was going to be LL Cool J. LL Cool J didn't want to do it. It became Fabulous. Fabulous backed out, and it wound up being John Cena in a cardboard cutout at WrestleMania 19, I think, in Seattle.
Well, we got to do some more cardboard cutouts.
No.
We won't do it, but hopefully we don't have to.
I need actual Deuce and Mo. Actual Deuce and Mo.
Yeah, we all do. Absolutely.
Yeah, I
Thank
mean,
you, guys.
we have to ring in the Corey Kispert era the right way. So
Why do you want to elaborate on that? Do y'all want to keep going? Because I saw you got some blowback on social media with the Thursday edition of the Deuce and Mo podcast.
Well, I mean, we had our guy Reese Holiday on that we released today, and he had mentioned that he was just talking about Corey Kispert. And he said, from what he's hearing, that's what he thinks is going to happen. He thinks the Kings are going to draft Kispert.
And
he's not reporting it.
He's locked in. Like, he's just a locked in guy that knows people, and so it's like, he's just saying that out loud, and that's things that he's heard. You can run with it, do what you want with it, but that is someone who obviously has a lot of different connections and does a lot of different things with these NBA players, and that's just what he's heard.
In wrestling, they have a term called X-Pac heat. Deuce, I know you're familiar with X-Pac heat. Corey Kispert, that in basketball, we've got Kevin Love heat. I think what the Corey Kispert selection that got Kevin Love level heat. You can't bring up Kevin Love to Kings fans without getting.
Oh yeah, they don't like that at all. I will
start talking about your mama. Like, they do not bring Kevin Love up to Kings fans whatsoever.
I will say this. I think I like Kispert better than Franz Wagner, though.
Oh, I do.
I don't get the same vibes that I get about a potential Franz Wagner draft pick that I like. That one is, I mentioned it a couple weeks ago. That's almost Mac Jones level for me. Like, if Adam Silver says Franz Wagner out of Michigan, I'm just going to get up and walk like Jay Williams did when Max Kellerman said that Iguodala was better than Kobe or something like that.
Oh,
right.
So I don't get
Andre Iguodala. You gotta admire the dude for saying it with conviction. He said it with absolute conviction.
So I don't get the same vibes with Kispert. Like, Kispert, man, he shoots the hell out of the ball. Like, he can stroke it. So
I feel like the rap on him. And again, I'm not pretending like I watch every one of his Gonzaga games over the last 4 years. Okay. So I'm doing what a lot of people do, and that's watching a lot of YouTube clips, reading stuff. I feel like the rap on him, people act like all he does is shoot. It seems like he can do more than that. He's got good size. I think he's going to be a good NBA player. I don't look at him as a star, but I think he could be a good player.
He's
Question.
bad. I think he'll be in the league for a while.
Are you guys at all now swayed after some articles coming out? Jason Anderson and the SACB talked about how the Kings aren't talking to or aren't sharing any public information about, like, if they're interviewing anyone, if they're talking to anyone, if they're having any workouts, because there's nothing there. So are you kind of thinking maybe the pick is actually going to be traded, or are you not even swayed that way yet?
I think that's Monty stuff. That feels like a Monty McNair thing. Like,
okay.
And in all reality, I mean, I know we like conversation. What do we need to know for? Like, what does that have to like? What does that have to do with us?
I asked the same thing because how does it benefit them with all of us knowing. I think the only thing that benefits them, like let's say the media scrum interviews that they do after these workouts, you know, you get to see a little how they handle the media, how they handle people, how they talk to others. But can't you just do that in your private individual interviews and little team scrums that you do anyway? You know, can't you get enough out of that? So I don't know if this is just the direction that he's going to take this culture of we're going to be more private with things, or if it's just really like, nah, we're trading this pick.
Well, there's a couple things there. Number one, after that report, didn't it come out like the next day that somebody was coming in for a workout? Like
I think some of the second round stuff has been kind of put out there a little bit, but not a lot of information about the other guys. And traditionally what happens, I mean, you get years past, you get an alert that this player is working out at this time. I mean, I remember going, God, what was that? Was that 09? I was at the draft workout, which they don't even do these as often anymore, but I'll never forget it because it was Tyreek, Steph, Johnny Flynn. Like it was like all the guards at once. And that was pretty cool to see.
Wow. Yeah. I also feel like, you know, I don't like, I think they're talking to all these people and they're doing whatever workouts they need to do for all of these guys. Because even if you felt like you were going to trade this pick, and I don't think this is happening. That's why I'm going to say they're way smarter than this. They're interviewing and working out everybody. Because even if you were going to trade the pick, it would just be dumb not to work out anybody. We're going to trade this regardless. Like, first of all, you have like 45 days before the draft. What else are you going to do? You going to try and work on a trade for 8 hours a day for the next 45 days? No, just bring these guys.
Someone suggests that they should, but go ahead.
At some point, these people aren't even going to pick up your phone. Like, we just talked to you an hour ago. Like, go get some lunch, Monty, or something like that. So, like, it doesn't hurt to bring these guys in, even if you feel like, yeah, we're probably going to trade the pick anyway. Just bring them in, like, talk to them, see what's going on. I think they're bringing guys in. I think it's just I don't know. I don't know what the deal is either way. Like, if you brought in a guy to work out, like, all right, cool. Like, it doesn't need to be a matter of national security. Like, yeah, we brought him in to work out. So what? Like, I don't understand why it have to be so hush hush.
Yeah, I just don't have a feel for anything right now. I feel like with what they want to do, what direction they want to go in, and I think that's a good thing at times. But at the same time, I'm curious. Oh yeah, I want things to be reported on. I want to hear more. I'm really glad we're not hearing any drama. That's great. I mean, except, you know, have you heard the halfway decent podcast? Yeah, I'm gonna say, at least that's like his own drama, right? You know, that's not like so-and-so is fighting so-and-so in the front office and they can't decide what to do.
Well, De'Aaron Fox does someone out of Sacramento. He hates Sacramento.
Oh yeah,
Sacramento.
Yeah.
He's got photos still.
Yeah, Bart Scott told us. Do you have a dream scenario, like a realistic one, where because you're talking about could they be moving the pick? Like, what's the scenario where we end that show on draft day, a trade is done, and Deuce and Mo are walking around smiling?
I don't think there's a trade. I mean, a realistic scenario that I'm going to walk away smiling because I think. Wow. Damien, I'm broken. Like, we've been excited before.
See that?
Right? I'm to the point now that it's like, let's see it play out because I don't know. Like, anyone in that out there, and I love everyone that loves to dive into the draft this time of the year. I say in every single draft, especially NFL, NBA. NFL kills me more because people are like, this offensive lineman's a stud. Get him in the fourth. Bro, you're not watching offensive line play when you're watching like some D2 team. So go ahead and tap the brakes. So it's hilarious to me when you got all these people on social media and they're all looking at YouTube and draft combine numbers. I'm like, that tells you some of the story, but it doesn't mean. I went back on a Reddit thread from 2017 where people were talking about, hey, should they go for Fox? Should the Kings go for Fox? And like, no. you got to go Jonathan Isaac. You got to go Dennis Smith. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. This is what it is. Okay. We don't know. I don't know. All the people doing research don't know. Hell, some of the people in the front offices don't know. So let's just see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that same boat. But the only thing I will say to that is I don't want people here that don't want to be here. And if there are
That's a good start.
If there are ways to get rid of those people, then I would hope that they can go in that direction. I think that just helps. We want to keep on talking about culture. Like, that is how some of it starts. Now, when you filter out those people, of course, you're still going to always bring in more people that might not want to be there at some point. So it starts at the top. How are you able to build those relationships and talk people back down to earth? I know that feels like that kind of happened with Buddy, but then we have this frustrating year with this big contract and not living up to what he's getting paid. And then on top, and then still kind of feeling like, do you want to be here? You know, like you're on a losing team and you've already have expressed your frustrations. Then you have this other guy who was the number 2 pick and has literally liked something talking about him being somewhere else, and then has talked about wherever he will be next year. So the desire to not be here, I'm totally chill with filtering out those type of players and letting them play somewhere else. Then I would be happy. I'd smile a little bit.
This was dark.
It was.
This was dark.
Yeah. Are you guys gonna be smiling that day? Like, what the hell, dude? Is gonna make you happy?
I mean, I'll say this: if they got like Brandon Ingram, I'd be pretty excited. But to me, all this stuff, I just don't feel like it's realistic. So
Right.
I don't know.
I feel, is there a draft pick that will make you smile? Like, I kind of feel that way about like Book Knight and Moses Moody. I like both of those guys. So if they kept the pick and they drafted either one of those guys, like you said, smile is a little strong, Damien, but I'd be like, all right.
A grin. Be a little grin.
A grin.
Okay.
An approving nod.
I'd be down with Book
Approving
Knight.
nod would be about as far as we go.
The problem, I just feel like Book Knight's going to go 7 to Golden State and be awesome with Steph play.
In Book Night, like the guy that we talked to and just had our conversation out with Reese Holiday, he is big on Book Night. And it's like, this guy has the potential to be a star later on in his career and has obviously worked with so much youth with his top AAU program in the country and everything. So again, I like that name is still coming up, and that is something that would make you grin. Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't remember who we were talking about last year. Like, who was who were we talking about headed into the draft last year? Because I don't think it was Tyrese. Look, no one can see that. That's how important these. That's how important all this draft stuff we do.
Draft really fell off. We thought it was like a 10-person draft, I think.
Yeah, I was like,
make the trade back.
Also, like it was a weird time in our world at that point. It was like a blur. That seems like 25 years ago.
Yeah.
I swear we were talking about Sadiq Bey. I remember distinctly making a graphic for ESPN's Instagram account for Sadiq Bey.
Well, we could have been. I mean, I think, like I said, I think what I remember from last year was people were like, oh, the Kings terrible luck. Like, this is only a 10-person draft. And they got the 12 pick or whatever. They had 12, right? So,
yeah. And I was smiling the next day about Tyrese Halliburton because we had Bobby Martin on, and he was like ecstatic about him in interviews and everything that draft night. But then the next morning when we talked to him, it was like that magic still came from the way he talked about Tyrese Halliburton, and then Tyrese Halliburton lived up to it and did even more. So
I got some names for you. We talked a lot about Aaron Neesmith. I do remember that.
Oh, that's right. I remember
that name.
Isaac Okoro. We talked about him, but he ended up going higher than we all thought. Devin Vassell was another guy they talked about a lot. So those,
I remember Neesmith a lot. I remember that name.
Yeah. But that's right. And Sadiq Bey, I do remember that as well. That's really about it, though.
And he wound up going in what, like the 20s?
Sadiq
Detroit?
Bey went 19 to Detroit.
Okay.
Well, to Brooklyn and was traded to Detroit.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, I love that you guys have your draft day plan set, and it's 20 freaking days from now. I absolutely love that. I imagine there's some forecast, some CNN videos that'll make their way to the Deuce and Mo feed. But I thought we've got to get ahead of this. Like we've got to get ahead of it early. It's 3 weeks. It's plenty of time. No,
Hey, we'll be ready to hop on with you
We'll
guys.
make it
and so-
work,
yeah, we'll do
guys.
something.
I love that you think I meant hopped on, but
You
that's
meant like
all
the
right.
entire time.
I meant just hop on, buckle up, and hang out for a while. We'll work it out.
Yeah.
We often produce the show live on the air, and people are no strangers to this. Deuce and Mo, great work as always. Check out the latest edition of the Deuce and Mo podcast, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast from. Of course, you can follow them on Twitch and YouTube as well. We'll step out. We'll come back. No fans will be allowed at the Olympics. Boy, this is going well. We'll talk about that. And we mentioned a LeBron James misstep in his business career earlier. Well, the misstep took place 11 years ago today. We'll talk about that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. 13th round coming up at the 43, everybody. 13th round coming up at the 43.
We got some things to talk about.
Ooh, Kenny dropping the boxing knowledge.
13th round.
Yeah, we can work something out, Jay. I'm sure we'll have to brainstorm something.
Yeah.
I'm sure we're like there.
Okay.
Like I don't know how, like right there. It was told on Friday by like up here. So
Got it up here. Told
and it
Frank-
specifically asked, what's the next big event? I said the draft. So done by the draft, done well before the draft. So that's where we're at. You talk about kicking and screaming. That's me kicking and screaming. I think they're doing it just because they're sick of me. They're about tired, like because I bring it up every time I see anybody of importance. Like, hey, we there?
Amazing.
Stone Cold gift.
Oh.
Mhm.
Yeah, man.
Watch.
But-
That was Stone Cold's moment, man. That 97 Royal Rumble.
I'm just saying, we all four of us, we might be outside draft day. That's all I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
We might.
I'm hoping we outside draft day. That's what I'm hoping for.
We might. We're working on it. We're just
Better
not
get
there.
the misters out. You better get the misters out. You better keep it cool.
Yeah.
What are we
you-
doing?
you-
110 outside when we sweat
Oh,
watching
yeah,
the.
even wear
We're
my-
not going to be in the middle of al fresco. Okay, I'm sure we're going to have some shade. We're going to be in a nice, cool place. I'm just saying we're going to be outside.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the hope. Maybe that's just my hope. But
Maybe
That's again the ESPN 1320. We're working on it. That's our tagline right now. ESPN 1320. We're working on it.
All right, you guys.
Well,
Well,
keep us posted.
Well,
man.
have a great weekend.
Yep.
you guys too.
We'll talk to you guys soon.
indeed, y'all
Okay.
take care.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Yeah.
Let's get that potted down. I didn't think we were going to go long there, and then we started talking about the draft, and it was like, oh, Deuce is talking. Okay, let's go with it. We might as well just extend that segment and make it long.
Might as well. Now, I will say this. Ramsey, I pull with you. You know you're my guy. Chill, bro. Chill. Well, it's just not necessary. Like, you feel how you feel, that's cool, but just relax, man. Relax. It ain't even that.
Oh yeah,
It
you're
ain't
doing a
even
lot
that
there.
serious, man.
It's Ramsey. It's 3 minutes. Like it's technically a commercial
No,
break, man.
he talking about something. Not even. Yeah, he always
did I
got
miss
some snide to say Thursday at 1:47. Like, just relax, bro.
Oh, for real?
Like,
Oh,
it's-
that's kind of weak.
Like, we get it. Like, I get it, but you don't need to come in here and say all that all the time, man. Just relax.
Hmm.
That's how you feel. That's how you feel. But don't need all that. You my guy. Like I fool with Ramsey. I love the interaction, but that's the one wart on Ramsey. Like it's cool, man. Like just let it be.
We got you, David. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's coming up.
Yes, sir.
You want to do that one and take it right into the 13th round? Because I think we have two.
Yeah, that's all good.
233.
I seen Black Bottles 916 in here earlier, man. I don't know if he's still in here, man. What up, big dog?
Yeah, I haven't. Shot him a message a couple of days ago. Haven't.
Peyton, stop.
That's real talk. Make sure you download the Odyssey app and discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. Check out Troy Hughes Stadium Anthems. Troy Hughes Stadium Anthems. Get amped for the big game with the best tracks from rock and more. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app. Check out Beatbox, Greg Street's Dirty South, and just search hip hop. You can get the conscious vibes there. Just avoid early 2000s hip hop at all cost. But that's available on the Odyssey app, where you can listen to D-Lo and KC Monday through Friday anytime that you want to through the podcast feature. Of course, you can listen to us live. You can use the rewind feature. You can watch on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're thrilled that you're hanging out with us today. Jerry Rice had some interesting things to say.
The GOAT.
And normally when I hear a retired professional athlete say stuff like this, I just kind of roll my eyes and say, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But Jerry, when he talks like this, I actually believe him.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, and I'm not confident I mentioned this today because I'm a bad host, as Arsenio Hall used to say. We're redrafting the 2015 NBA draft.
Yeah, man.
We're redrafting it live on the air.
Let's go.
Spoiler alert. This is going to be painful.
Yeah.
I told you, I think when we did 2016, hey, don't worry. We're going to wind up with a good player.
Mm-hmm.
Wound up with a couple of good players, if I remember, if that was or was it De'Aaron wound up with a couple of good players. We wound up with a solid player. 2017, obviously, we didn't get De'Aaron Fox, but still, that pick got some heat. No need to rehash that, but we thought it was the right selection.
Yeah.
This isn't going to be good for Kings fans.
Yeah, this one is looking bleak, and I ain't talking Memphis.
This one, you thought Willie Cauley-Stein drove you crazy? Look back at the 2015 draft, you might just be walking away smiling with Willie Cauley-Stein. But we'll do a redraft.
Well, the Kings draft is 6. I'll push back a little bit. You'll get a good player at 6. I'll put it to you like this.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get a person that's still in the league, still getting good minutes at 6.
Okay. I was stretching a little bit with be happy with Willie Cauley-Stein.
No, well,
not by much.
I'm saying, like, you're not off. Like, it ain't. Let me explain.
It's not pretty.
You're not getting a really good player.
I mean, the fun conversation
that's still in the league.
The fun conversation will be like 1, 2, Karl Anthony Towns, this is Devin Booker draft. There's some fun conversations there.
Mm-hmm.
But man, when you
yeah, it gets dicey.
It's gonna be tough when we get to number 6.
I'm telling you,
where Willie Cauley-Stein.
I kind of looked over this thing, and I think there's somebody that you're gonna get that you probably weren't even thinking of.
Okay,
and you'll hear him, and you'll be like, yeah, well, you make a good argument.
Okay. All right. That's coming up in the next hour as well. And of course, we'll talk about game 2 of the NBA Finals tonight, a game in which I fully expect Milwaukee to bounce back.
You and Ryan.
That's what Milwaukee does. So we'll get to that. A couple of quick hits here. I want to talk a little bit about the 49ers as well, particularly about your mans.
Who's my man?
Your boy throwing footballs from one roof to the other.
Oh yeah, that's my man. That's my coach.
He's been cutting up a little bit. But a couple of quick hits. We mentioned this right before the break as we were talking to Deuce Mo. It appears the Olympics have snuck up on Tokyo. They had no idea this was coming.
Jesus.
Tokyo's in its 4th state of emergency as it pertains to COVID. And by the way, this isn't a knock on Tokyo because it appears things aren't going much better here in the United States if you look around at some of these major metropolitan areas. The difference between places like Las Vegas, Phoenix, other places that are having some hiccups as it pertains to COVID, they ain't hosting the world's greatest athletes over a stretch of 2 weeks.
Right.
No fans will be allowed at the Olympics, which begins 2 weeks from tomorrow, I believe it is.
Well, let me say this in respect to all these people who have worked so hard to get to this point. Olympics about to be trash.
Because no fans?
Yeah,
Because
we saw how that went. We just saw how that went. No fans makes things trash.
But the stadium, I disagree. That's not what I'm concerned about with the Olympics.
Well, that's not my first concern either.
Okay.
I'm just,
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, it's about to be trash.
We knew this was a bad idea. And I think we all got into a place of comfort. Like a lot of people pretend like this is, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
I can go into a grocery store with my mask off. It's over. It's not.
Mm-hmm.
Tokyo's not only is Tokyo a reminder that it's not, we're sending thousands of American people to Tokyo right now. Just to remind you how this works, they're coming back.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind. They're coming back. Now, I know what USA Basketball is doing with their people. I know that they're in Las Vegas, but they're not like in Las Vegas.
Right.
Like they're in, and I think it's the MGM. I'm not positive, but they're in a hotel, and they're essentially in a bubble, similar to Orlando. They're there. They're not leaving. They're not going to the show. They're not going to the concert. They're not doing anything like that. They're essentially quarantining. The basketball players will have their own spot. USA Basketball will have its own spot when it gets to Tokyo. That's not the case for US track and field or swimming or gymnastics. I don't know, like what the hell is the Olympic Village is like a breeding ground for a super spreader.
Yeah.
But no fans are going to be there, so I guess it's okay.
The craziest thing about that is, and tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm not, maybe I don't know how these things work, but I would think everybody from the United States, at least with USA Olympics, track and field, all this other stuff, they would be tested like before they even stepped on the plane.
Oh, definitely. Right? Yep.
And it would be a situation where somebody had it, they probably couldn't come back with everybody.
I can't confirm this either, but you're tested for sure. You might have to be vaccinated. I don't know that for sure. I don't even know that you can force someone to be vaccinated. Right. But those precautions are definitely in place, and it's not a COVID test. It's multiple COVID tests.
And if you fail, I would think, you got to be in protocol there in Tokyo until you pass, I would think, right?
Yeah, and this is a headline I'm seeing for the first time. It went up from Brian Windhurst about less than a half hour ago. Emmanuel Quickly, Miles Bridges, PJ Washington. They're out of Team USA training camp because of COVID protocols.
Oh, jeez.
Do you think this actually 2 weeks? The Olympics is 2 weeks away. Do you think it happens? Do we have the 2020 Olympics in 2022?
4 days ago, I would have been like, yes, absolutely. Today, with all of a sudden they've got an emergency over there and they've got to shut everything down. I don't know if you can force. I said a long time ago, for a lot of this stuff, they're just going to force it through, like NFL style. NFL don't care what's going on. They're going to force these fans to be in here. They're going to force the NFL to go through. Like that ain't going back.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can do that with the Olympics right now. And I think they'll try. I definitely think they'll try to force it through. But you're having a state of emergency as we speak. How can you force that through? Even in America, they shut everything down when there was a state of emergency. Like, we didn't get out of it. We're still not out of it. But in March, April, and May, nothing happened.
Mhm.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how you could be in a situation like March, April, and May here in the United States, in Tokyo, and still try to push things through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think you're right. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to try to push things through. Obviously, it's something to monitor. Those three players that we just mentioned, they're out of the Team USA thing. Obviously, that's a big part of this. Jesse's making note here, and this is what I figured. Vaccination is not mandatory for Olympic athletes. I'm sure it's strongly encouraged. I don't think vaccinations can be mandatory anywhere. The Lightning won the Stanley Cup last night.
Congratulations to them.
Yeah, it's actually back-to-back Stanley Cups.
Didn't know that.
Dude, I have no recollection of last year's Stanley Cup final. Absolutely none. I can't tell you who was in it, when it happened, nothing. Like, when did this take place? I remember the season stopping, but I don't remember when it got going again.
I have no idea. I have no clue.
Tampa.
None. I didn't even know this.
Titletown.
Did you see, and maybe this is so crazy, maybe we have to get back into this when we come back, but did you see that graph that somebody put out about Tom Brady and championships?
How they follow him wherever he goes. Yeah.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy.
The 13th round coming up on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure you log in and check us out there. We'll come back. I do want to talk about what Jerry Rice said, because I actually very much believe him. Game 2 of the NBA Finals tonight on ESPN 1320. We got that coming up, as well as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, it's your man Kenny Caraway here, and you know it's about to heat up this weekend. It's definitely about to heat up, but that's not going to deter me from anything, because I'm still going to be out there late in the night on these summer nights, these warm summer nights that I love, sitting in the backyard, chilling, might even be in the Spike Lee seats. But either way, no matter where I'm at back there, I'm definitely going to have me a little gin and tonic in my hand, and that gin is going to be from McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. Absolutely. You know, it's a smooth delivery and a distinct citrus flavor that cools and refreshes me every single time. See, with McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, you can literally taste the quality in every bottle. This Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So that tells me they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. So if you want to try it out yourself, you can order online at drizzly.com, or you can grab a bottle next time you're at the store. And if the store doesn't have it, you know the deal. You can let me know. You can let Damien know. We'll talk to our guy, Ben, Black Battles 916 over at the Sovereign Brands. We'll get you the re-up that you need, man. You can have it if you want it. And once you have it, you can show us how much you enjoy McQueen and the Violet Fog gin by tagging your post at D'Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. It's time to put the entire valley on to the best gin in the world today. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. All right, man, 13th round, and we got to talk about what's going on in the heavyweight division. The heavyweight world championship of the world, I should say, is on the line, and it may be postponed because reportedly there's a COVID outbreak in Tyson Fury's camp. Now, Top Rank came out and said, we're aware of everything. We're monitoring it. We're not saying anything that's postponed at all right now. But I'm just, I'm calling a little cap right now. I'm calling a little cap because right now, the convenient excuse to do, especially if you're a Top Rank fighter, because we saw it with Teofimo Lopez, the convenient excuse is to say, I got COVID, I got to cancel the fight, I got to reschedule, whatever the case may be. They did that with Teofimo, said he got COVID. Next thing we know, a week later, he's in Italy on vacation. Fam, if you have COVID and you're struggling from everything that's going on, how are you in Italy with your wife? How does that work? So I'm willing to call cap on that. And from every video that I saw of Tyson Fury, he looked like he wasn't ready to fight the last 2 weeks or so. And all of a sudden, it comes out that people in his camp have COVID. Now, see, if I'm being a cynic, I would say that they got caught up in a lie with Tiafimo saying he had COVID, and then he's out in Italy. So the second time around, you can't say Fury has COVID because he might be spotted out somewhere doing anything. He's erratic. He does crazy things. So now you say his team, people on his team have an outbreak of COVID. Hey, man, I'm not saying for sure that I believe it's fake news. I'm just saying it's not above them to do something like this. And also, when you talk about Tyson Fury, quote unquote, defending his title in the past, this isn't new either. June 24th, 2016, Tyson Fury pulls out of a rematch with Vladimir Klitschko because of an ankle injury. The fight was on July 9th, was supposed to be on July 9th. He pulled out on June 24th. September 24th, 2016, he pulls out of another Klitschko rematch that was scheduled for October 29th, again declaring himself, quote, medically unfit. And now, 2-3 weeks before a rematch and him defending his title against Deontay Wilder, he pulls out because of this COVID, or they're setting the stage for him to pull out because of this COVID story. Tyson Fury, I'm just going to say it, trash. That's just what it is, man. Trash. And I'm not buying this whole COVID outbreak in the camp. I think he's not ready. He looks out of shape. He looks mentally not prepared. Somebody said, and I'm not going to go with this rumor, somebody said he got dropped in training camp. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's more shenanigans. That's the 13th round.
You want to be a part of the show? Many ways you could do it. 916-349-1320. You could also watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We'll have an opportunity for you to win $1,000 coming up 10 minutes past the 3 o'clock hour. Plus, we're going to redraft the 2015 NBA draft. This is the wrong sound effect. No. We're gonna try.
I gotta try and sell it.
I gotta sell it. Yeah, no, I don't know that there's a sell here. I think we're just gonna all suffer in misery together. Because we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll figure it out. It'll be interesting though, because 2017, 16, 18, relatively easy. Like you're feeling good no matter what.
Yeah.
I don't know. This one was work. This one was the legitimate work, but there'll definitely be some conversations to be had, particularly there at the top of the draft, and then when we get to number 6, where the Sacramento Kings drafted Willie Cauley-Stein.
Jesse disagrees. He says it's not that bad,
but he capitalized that, so he knows it's bad.
Yeah, we agree. But like I said, I think the Kings will get a good player.
Okay, I'm anxious
They're
to
at
see.
6. They're in a 5 or 6. I can't. What is it? 5?
They're at 6.
They're at 6. They'll get a good player at 6.
Okay,
they will.
We had to have a. We didn't do the draft. We're gonna all do the draft together. But we had to have an interesting conversation about Kristaps Porzingis.
Let me ask this: have they gotten an All-Star yet?
In what?
In all these redrafts.
Have the Kings gotten an All-Star?
Yeah, I don't think they have.
Who did we take in 18?
They got Porter Jr.
Oh,
they didn't.
That was your selection. Yep.
They got
17
Lonzo.
We got mad heat for Lonzo. Even if we had done John Collins,
he wouldn't
have been an All-Star.
They got Lonzo and Jared Allen.
I don't think Jared Allen's an All-Star.
And then who did we go with the other day? Brogdon? Or was he already gone?
No, Malcolm Brogdon wasn't it Jared Allen? Malcolm Brogdon went the pick before.
No, we got Jared Allen the year before.
What day did we do it? Did we do it Tuesday?
We did it Tuesday.
We got Harris LeVert.
Not an All-Star. So ironically enough,
right after Harris LeVert.
Ironically enough, through all this, and we talk about the Kings are so terrible at drafting, You still have not got an all-star in none of this.
Let me go back and look at that 2000s.
And they ain't getting one today. Oh, that's a tease for you right there. They ain't getting an all-star today.
And correct, Jamal, Jalen, Ben Simmons, Brandon Ingram, all all-stars. Domantas Sabonis was an all-star this year?
I think he was, yeah.
Siakam,
Mm-hmm.
Brogdon, all all-stars.
Is Brogdon an all-star?
I think so.
I feel like he has been. Like I'm not sure.
I'll double check. But the point being is those were 7 picks. Kings were at 8.
You can make the argument
Even
today
with-
that
even with-
all-stars ended like 5.
Even in hindsight, I know Malcolm Brogdon was the rookie of the year.
Yeah.
I'll double check if he was an all-star right now. Rookie of the year, all rookie team. He wasn't. Okay. So they ended at 6.
Damn, that is kind of crazy. Through all this we're redrafting. We'll do better. Like we've done better.
Still no all-star.
Still no all-star. Bring Vardy back. It wasn't his fault.
Stop it. You take that back. You take that back. Well, looking at this year, yeah, we ain't getting an all-star this year. And fact is, there aren't very many of them. There aren't very many of them here in this 2016, 2015.
That is
draft.
kind of crazy though, because people. One of the reasons why we did this exercise is to be like, we'll just go back and redraft. And I'm sure
Fix
people,
everything.
Yeah, people felt like, oh, we do this, we can get 7 all-stars that we passed on. No,
Yeah.
Not exactly. I don't think that's until the early 2010s where I feel like there's going to be a rash of all-stars in that time frame that the Kings passed on. And they actually got one. They actually got one. I was around DeMarcus Cousins' time. So they got one all-star. And I think they probably passed on like 3 or 4.
Dude, you couldn't have just drafted Trae Young, so we had it. Did Trae make the all-star team?
I don't think so.
Trae Young made it.
No, he didn't. He was like they tried to get him after some COVID stuff, and he was like, "Nah, I'm good." I think that's how that went.
Man, that's crazy. Wow. All right. Well, we'll have some fun for sure coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. Jerry Rice, he's doing the Tahoe thing that happens every year. He's out there golfing, and so he's making the rounds, doing the interviews. And a lot of times when old school players talk, it's kind of like, all right, bro, like cool. But Jerry said something, and Jerry Rice has like unreachable records.
Yes,
like he's that dude at that position. And he was talking yesterday on the Brother from Another podcast, and was like, I'd have twice as many numbers as I did. My statistics would be double what they were. He said, first of all, the game really favors the wide receiver now because you can't put your hands on them. Linebackers can't take shots at you coming across the middle anymore. It's kind of hard because it's hypothetical. I probably might be able to double everything. And he didn't say, "Oh, I'd go out there and I'd double everything." But you heard the tone in which you just said. It's a hypothetical stuff. I might be able to double everything. And he's one of the first guys who talked where I was like, "Yeah, I actually believe him.
I believe him too." I'm on now. Like I said, I don't know if he meant it literally, so I don't know if he would double it. But he would take, if we were doubling, that's 100% of what he did, right? I'm just trying to make sure my percentages are right. If we said he doubled it, he'd do 100% of the records he has. So if he has,
he'd put up the same numbers twice. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, if he had 2,000 yards, 100% of that, he'd be 4,000, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think he'd do double. I don't think he'd do 100%. I could believe he'd do
a lot. He'd do a lot.
50%. So let's just let's say if yards in a season, he has a record at 2,000. No, I don't think he can get 4,000 yards, but he can get 3,000 yards, touchdowns. If he has 200, no, I don't think he get 400 touchdowns, but he can get 300.
Yeah.
Like I believe what he's saying there. Absolutely.
He said a couple of years ago, he thinks he could come out, or I think it was him. I can't remember if it was him or T.O. because I feel like T.O. says a lot of stuff like this. And I'm usually like, no, you couldn't. Like T.O., I think I don't remember if it was Jerry Rice or T.O. said I could come out and get 50 catches now. I think it was Jerry. Because Jerry could. Like, I think Jerry could come out and get maybe not 50 receptions, but he could come out and he could get some receptions in a season right now.
Absolutely.
He might be the greatest football player we've ever seen.
I think he is. And when this comes up, they throw different quarterbacks. They throw Tom Brady. They always throw Lawrence Taylor out there. No disrespect to the legend that is Lawrence Taylor. But I think it's clear in a way. They always try to put the caveat on him as he's by far the best wide receiver of all time. To me, he is by far the best football player to ever play the game. Jerry Rice. It's not even close.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. And again, like I don't think Lawrence Taylor could get a sack in 2021.
I don't think he could either. Even more than that,
I think Jerry Rice could catch a touchdown pass in 2021.
Jerry Rice is so far in a way better than anybody that's ever done it in his position. Like it's not close. It is not close. You can make the argument. I'm sure Lawrence Taylor isn't the sacks leader of all time, or they go back and create a stat, the pressure leader. Or Tom Brady isn't 2 miles away in yardage from the guy behind him or whatever. No, like there's close people around all these other guys. Nobody's even sniffing Jerry Rice.
Larry Fitzgerald in career receptions is 117. He's 117 behind Jerry Rice.
Isn't
the
that
next active player in the conversation is Julio Jones. He's at 20th. So career receptions, Jerry Rice has 1,549. Larry Fitzgerald has 1,432. Julio Jones has 848. He's the closest.
Wow. Do you what's a good year? Like 117 catches. Is that
that's a phenomenal year.
Right? That's
an all pro year.
And Larry's not
doing
He's
that.
Like probably 40 catches or something like that max.
I mean, I was gonna say Larry probably needs 3 more complete seasons to get that number. That's not it, and that's not a knock. That's just it's just where he's at in his career.
And Larry, I know they talk about greatest receivers of all time. Larry's on that list now.
If Larry played till Jerry's age, when Jerry retired, he'd do it. He'd get the reception number. I don't know.
Receiving yards are crazy.
Is he second in receiving yards too?
He is. Jerry's at
22,000.
22,000. The second place guy is Larry Fitzgerald at 17,000.
So that's, oh man. So that one he wouldn't hit. Even if he played till Jerry's age, he wouldn't hit that.
There's nobody playing football right now that's even sniffing that. Like you got the active guy that isn't towards the end of his career, T.Y. Hilton at 9,000. He's 58th all time. I got Mike Evans is at 8,200.
The receiving touchdowns one is rather hilarious too.
Oh my gosh.
He has 197. Randy Moss has 156. Larry Fitzgerald is 6th. He has 128. The active player closest behind them is Rob Gronkowski at 15th, and he has 86. Like Jerry legitimately has records that might never be broken.
Nah. And when you say active player, you're talking about Rob Gronkowski at 86. Rob is like done, right? So like when you think of somebody like who could match that or come close,
there's no one.
Nobody.
There's no one even close.
One that's like close to his prime, young dude. Devontae Adams has 62.
Okay.
And he's played in the league 6 years right now.
Only 136.
Maybe he's got another 7 seasons left. Say he doubles that, that's 114.
And that would be good enough
or
for
like 124 or something like that.
That'd be good enough for 6th. If he continues that trajectory, he'd have a nice Hall of Fame career, and he'd be behind Marvin Harrison, who has 128. And at that point, you're talking about Devontae Adams, one of the greatest receivers of all time, because you're in the conversation now with Randy Moss, Terrell Owens, and Chris Carter.
Yeah. Tyreek Hill, he's got 47.
Jerry's different, man. Jerry's different. Well, yeah. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You got an opportunity to win $1,000. Coming up in 9 minutes. Speaking of the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan got pretty loose on the Flying Coach podcast.
Uh-oh.
He was talking, I mean, he had Sean McVay was on there. They was just chatting back and forth like this wasn't being recorded. I'm curious if this was recorded at the same exact time they were throwing footballs from rooftop to rooftop, because Shanahan was talking about how he thought the 49ers were going to land Matt Stafford and how he was going over film. And he was really locked in, and he thought Matt Stafford was going to be his quarterback. Now, on the surface, that's not that big of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
But how would you feel if you're Jimmy Garoppolo, knowing you tried to trade for Matt Stafford? You did draft my replacement. It's like you're essentially stuck with me.
Mm. Yeah, that's a little too loose.
I mean, it's one thing to draft, to draft a young player who you've got years and years ahead of him, contracts not even entering the equation for a while. That's not Matt Stafford.
No,
that is not what Matt Stafford is. So you've outlined, if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo and I'm looking at this, okay, so it wasn't a contract issue because you just went to get Matt Stafford. It's just it's me. You just don't love me.
That's really what it comes down to. But I got a feeling Jimmy's no dummy. He knows it. He's been known that.
I'm sure he has.
Yeah.
I just thought that. And maybe that's just who Kyle Shanahan is. Like, Kyle Shanahan will he'll just open up.
He always keeps it a stack.
And Sean McVay said he thought the 49ers were going to draft Kyle Pitts at number 3. He says, what did Sean McVay say? In all seriousness, because he's such a visionary, I'm telling you, I didn't think it was going to be crazy because you go back and you look at what New England did, and they had that 2 tight end set, and things are going to be totally different. You think about Kittle, and then the thing that makes sense is that, hey, Jimmy's produced all the way. This isn't a production thing. This is an availability thing. But I was like, it's not Mac Jones.
I read this story. I gotta go listen to this.
Yeah, I gotta listen to this too. I was reading this on Pro Football Talk.
Yeah. Damn. It's not.
He talks about how he almost canceled the 49ers interview just because he was tired. He thought it was the worst team that he interviewed with. Of course, he got a lot of power with San Francisco, and I think that helps sway him a little bit. Kyle said he almost canceled the interview because he was the reason being it had nothing to do with San Francisco. It was just my whole goal in life was to be a head coach and to stay a head coach. It wasn't just to become one and say I got there. And he said and I'm just paraphrasing now at this point. He said I looked at San Francisco. I was a little bit nervous about the setup. They had changed coaches 3 years in a row. The offense was 31st. The defense was 32nd. It just wasn't the best situation. But he kept the interview, as you might be aware of, and things have, I guess, worked out okay for him. Well, they certainly worked out for him. He got a healthy contract extension. He just isn't really producing in the wins-losses category with one notable exception. But that's your guy. That's the visionary, as Sean McVay says.
Absolutely, he's a visionary.
Can you imagine a coach with an under 500 record is a visionary in the NFL?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
You don't think he is?
Excuse me for pointing out the facts. No, I don't believe that he's a visionary.
Come on, man.
I don't.
So
this man genius.
So I'll put it to you like this: visionary. When I think of a visionary, I think about, and also, anybody who's watching on YouTube and Twitch, if you want to become famous, you can do that by Alahola Nick 518. He'll help you out.
Shout out. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah. When I think of visionary, I think of somebody who is changing the game or revolutionizing the game. Some people say that about Kyle Shanahan. Maybe it's just the novice in me. I don't necessarily see that. I don't see him changing the game. I do think he is a genius offensive play caller. Mark Jones talk about bags and Gucci bags and all this other stuff that Kyle has a Birkin bag, as we just described that as being the top bag, right?
Okay.
He's got that.
Yeah.
And I think he's second to none in the league when it comes to play calling.
29 and 35 as a head coach.
He's second to none when it comes to. Oh, this is what I say all the time, though. I mean, you gotta have the horses.
I'm sorry. I thought this was the best roster in all of football.
It was before everybody got hurt.
Oh.
Okay, relax. Now, if Kyle Shanahan had me and you out there running routes, is he still going to be going to the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just making sure you're on the same page as me.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course.
Yeah.
D-Lo and KC. We do radio shows. We catch passes. That's what we do.
If he had Earl Ramsey out there, he probably would not be going.
He would not. He would not. Facts. It's facts. It's facts. If that went over your guys' head, sorry. You got to listen every day for 4 hours a day. Some of these jokes will make more sense.
He's a genius play caller.
This is a massive year for him, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
like if they're you're never going to be 100%, or you're rarely going to be 100% through the season in terms of your roster. But assuming you don't lose your most important defensive player and your most important offensive player, we'll ride everything
player at every position. Like
fine, but stick with me here and just the Bosa, and we'll go with Garoppolo because he's the guy under center. You don't lose them. You need to be in the playoffs.
This sounds crazy.
Wow.
Listen here.
Wow.
I'm gonna just be real
Go
with
ahead.
you.
Wow. Lay it on me. Go ahead.
I'll be real with you. That Trey Lance pick bought him a year or two. I'm not gonna say it's right. I'm not gonna say anything. The energy is what. So you think if they make the playoffs, he should be fired?
No, absolutely.
If they don't make the playoffs.
If they don't make the playoffs, how are you going to tell me this dude is a visionary and a genius offensive play caller? And I just prefaced this with your top defensive player and your top offensive player stay healthy. How are you going to sell me on this dude if they can't get to the playoffs?
Once again, you're saying if he doesn't make the playoffs with that, he should be fired. That's excessive.
Saying,
should he be on the hot seat? Yes.
I'm saying this is I didn't say he should be fired. I said this is a big year for him. Think your favorite term? Looking funny in the light? Well, I'm starting to squint when I look at Kyle Shanahan a little bit.
When I think a big year, I think of you better do this or you're gone. I don't think that's the case. I think that will the following year. If they stay healthy, relatively healthy, and he doesn't make the playoffs, next year is the big year. Next year is like you have to make it, else you're gone.
Okay. So we're talking about
a dude that playoffs. If he would have drafted Mac Jones and they didn't make the playoffs this year, oh yeah, he'd be gone.
Oh, what are you talking about? You would have been ready to. You would have been ready to fire Kyle Shanahan the day of the NFL draft if they had drafted Mac Jones. But Sean McVay sitting up here talking about he's a visionary and he's this and that, and the dude is 29 and 35 in his career as a head coach.
He hasn't been dealing with a full deck though. That is true. Can't dispute that. Well, number one, he took over an expansion franchise, essentially.
Is Kyle Shanahan the Marvin Bagley of NFL coaches?
Stop it. Pay these people, and then I'll tell you to stop it even more.
Here comes the money.
Money talk.
Here comes the money.
It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000 by texting the code word SPEAKER to 72881. That's SPEAKER, as in you should have the new Beatbox Odyssey channel bumping out your speaker. 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. 4 more opportunities for you to win $1,000 coming up tomorrow, beginning at 12:10. Of course, we've got your chance to win $1,000 10 minutes past the hour of every hour that D'Lo and KC are on the air.
Jesse sounded ridiculous talking about, is he Luke Walton?
No,
Ace on here talking about he defended Luke Walton. Are you surprised? First of all,
that's your man's. That's your man's.
Let's calm down. Let's be real when we talk about Kyle Shanahan. There's a couple of facts that we need to talk about. Number one, he took over an expansion team that was garbage. All right. He did that. They had won 2 games the year before. He took over that team. So there's that. The 1 year where he was expected to do something when they got Jimmy Garoppolo, Jimmy got hurt.
Yeah.
All right. If you want to say that was an issue, that was a knock on his career, fine. The next year, they go to the Super Bowl. The following year, everybody gets hurt. Also, when you talk about Kyle Shanahan, the man has been putting up number 1 offenses for a decade. Number 1 or close to it offenses for a decade. To say he's an offensive genius, that's not a stretch. He's been doing it for a decade.
Okay. So you name the expansion team, the Jimmy got hurt team, Super Bowl team, everybody got hurt team. So out of those 4 years, there's one aberration, and it's the one that he went to the Super Bowl.
The one time people were healthy.
It's the one time he went to the Super Bowl.
So what you're telling me is, when there's health, his team is a top team in the league.
I'm saying he's had one good season as a head coach.
Yeah, and you said there's one thing. There's one common. People are hurt left and right. His starting quarterback got. What was the second year he didn't have a starting quarterback? Now, if you want to blame him for something, he should have took Deshaun Watson that year. He said he didn't need no quarterback. That all bled into what I thought was going to happen with the Mac Jones thing, because you could have had your quarterback already if you would have took Deshaun Watson. I'm not going to necessarily blame him for Pat Mahomes, because nobody thought Pat Mahomes was going to be what he was. But Deshaun Watson has just come off beating one of the great teams of all time in Alabama and getting the 2 national championships. He was right there for you, and you passed on him. Why? Nobody will ever know. So that's what I will get on him for, because he had an opportunity to get him. He went with Blaine Gabbert instead. But when he got his quarterback, when his quarterback was healthy, they won. When he wasn't, they didn't. And he's rectifying that, or trying to, by getting rid of this quarterback that can't stay healthy.
Okay. We're going to redraft the 2015 NBA draft here. The Sacramento Kings selected Willie Cauley-Stein. Who will they select in our fictitious draft here? And we'll get into game 2 of the NBA Finals tonight on ESPN 1320 as well. We're going commercial free till the top of the 4 o'clock hour when D'Lo and Casey return on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Hey, you're not wrong though.
No,
that is a fact.
No, not wrong at all.
I'll be right back.
Ooh, that dope ones order came. Okay.
Oh.
Got a Rap Kings hoodie. Got a Bo Jackson tee. Got a Bo Jackson hoodie. Yeah, man, gonna be a good day. Gonna be a good day. What's Burger Patch doing? Burger Patch just sent me a Sacramento-based food chain, the Ultimate Menu. Okay, let's go. All right, Burger Patch releasing the Ultimate Menu. I'm with it. Good stuff here. Good stuff. All right, what we got going on here in the Oh yeah, I'm all for some Kenny slander while he's not here. Can I also point out that Kenny defends Luke Walton, but they can get offended when you say Kyle Shanahan is Luke Walton? I didn't call him Luke Walton. Jesse did. I don't know. That's a fine question. There's some facts right there. I mean, anytime you hit him with the hashtag just saying, you know what's right. You know what else I like? I got to prepare this thing, man. I don't know what Bryce had another name that I liked, House Show. I like that because it's a non-televised show, and this is a non-aired segment. I like the House Show. That was a good one too. I don't know what the hell to talk about. What'd you say, Jesse? Okay, let's go with House Show. We'll call it the House Show. That was a good call, Bryce. I I did actually watch AEW live for about 35 minutes. I know they had a bunch of, like, I don't know what his new name is, but like Aleister Black debuted. Like they had a couple of debuts yesterday. AEW does good like storytelling program. I don't commit to it. I think part of it is too because I don't have like a DVR. I never pull up like I know you can go back and watch it on Hulu whenever you want. I just never click on that button ever. I don't know why that is. But AEW puts on good programming. Like I dig it. I think they got some good work. They got some really good work. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I've always been a WWE guy. There it is. Is it Is his name Malachi Black? Because he doesn't look like a Malachi. But I know you're right. It's something along those. It's definitely something along those lines. Yeah, I'm with you though. AEW on the come up. Like I think they do. I think they do good work. I think they do good work for sure. And another thing I was watching is, they had fans there, like real, like full. I don't know where they were yesterday, but they had like a full stadium of a full arena of fans yesterday. So I'm anxious to see. I'm really anxious to see, or I probably won't see it, to hear about what WWE does the night they go back. Like, you've got to do something big that first night. I've thought of this, Jacob.
A title change?
Yes, something big in front of fans. Not a Brock Lesnar title change, though. That would be a bad idea. I thought of this. The big difference, though, Jacob, is they're not signing old guys or older guys. They're signing guys that are still. I mean, I know they're signing like Mark Henrys and Big Shows, but those aren't weekly wrestlers.
That's not who they're basing the company off of.
Yeah, they're not building everything around them. Oh. Appreciate y'all tuning in to the Kenny Caraway Appreciation Show here. It's part of the new Odyssey exclusive stations that are curated for sports listeners like you. Find your new summer soundtrack. There are hundreds of new stations for summer barbecues, road trips, working out, and relaxing poolside. You'll find a huge variety of music stations like the Beatbox, where you can find Grindmaster Flash and the Fat Boys and Melly Mel and the soundtrack of Crush Groove and Beat Street. You'll find your favorite artist on Odyssey 2 on the all-new Artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, available now, no matter what operating system you are on.
I just had an epiphany earlier today.
Normally epiphanies are like day-long builds.
No, this one kind of hit me, and I'm ready.
Is this like your
there.
spelling bee epiphany where you completely abandoned the let's do this every hour gimmick?
No, well, we went long with Deuce Mo, then we had 13th hour. I have your name ready.
Called the 13th round. It's your show.
Hour again?
Yes, you did.
Oh man, this is crazy. 13th round. I have your name ready. Like I have your person right here ready to go.
Finish your thought.
All right.
And I'll try to get the name.
The Air Jordan Bred 4s have now gone ahead of the Air Jordan 3 black cement joints as being better. The Air Jordan Bred 4s.
Sorry.
They might be the second or third best Jordans of all time.
This was the epiphany that you had with me coming out of the Odyssey read?
Oh, it happened before that, but yeah, I had to let you do the read, and then I had to let it be known.
You had to tell us about the sneaker rankings.
Air Jordan 4 Breds might be top 3 shoes of all time. Jordans of all time.
Not at D-Lo's house. I can't wear breads.
Wow.
I can't.
Wow. Come on.
I can't.
Nah,
I've told you,
bro. Nah, bro.
I've told you before.
You can wear some breads.
I can't. I've told you before. I cannot wear black shoes.
Come on, man.
I'm gonna take a picture of me and some. I don't have any black shoes. If I went over to your house and put on them Jubilees, and you would immediately like, oh, Mm-mm. 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 Take them off, fam.
I
You look
completely
stupid.
doubt it. You know, I kind of feel that way with myself about like white shoes. Like I can wear them. I have some, but I not a big fan. But so you know what the thing about it is, Damien, I'm gonna tell you the thing about it is all you got to do is pull the pant leg all the way down.
I don't do that.
Be
Have
straight.
you not seen the way that I dress? I
You'll
don't
be
do that.
straight. Just do it for
No.
the shoe. You'll be
No.
good.
No. Nope. Not doing it.
So sports month, Manny. That's what it is. So sports month. And who knows if we'll have the Olympics to talk about.
The fact that Manny, first of all, is this your first day? It could be the busiest day in sports. Sneakers rank above virtually everything.
Absolutely.
Except the Kings.
Yeah.
Kings, sneakers, everything else.
Yeah.
But I'll have to trust you on your rankings.
I got your second name.
You know, packing, I realize I got a lot of sevens. I have a weird amount of sevens. I like the way the
seven's kind of slept on shoe.
I mean, 3 is the one that it's like 3's that's the shoe. The 3 is the one for me. Yeah. But as I was packing, I was like, oh, damn, I got a couple sevens. I don't know why I'm looking up as I say that,
because that's where they're at, towards the ceiling. That's right. You got to row a long list all the way to the ceiling. Like, don't let this guy fool you.
Yeah, I noticed that. But go ahead. Here we go. Kenny's spelling bee.
Because for those who are just tuning in, the spelling bee, the national spelling bee, is on either tonight or tomorrow night. I don't know, but I threw out Giannis Antetokounmpo, and so
I got Giannis.
Yeah, you got Giannis. You couldn't get Antetokounmpo, and now I have a new name. We're going with these sports names to see if Damien would pass the spelling bee or myself, because I couldn't get Krzyzewski.
Okay.
Bogdan Bogdanovic.
Okay. I don't even know that I can get the first name right. Bogdan.
Okay, we're good.
There's a J in there somewhere. Wait, God bless it. Don. Oh, I feel like Don. Oh,
maybe this will help you.
Damn it!
It's the Bogdan. It's Bogdan, not what's the
Boyan.
name?
Boyan. It's the same last name. It's
I'm just
So it's.
You need it in a sentence.
Shut up.
I'm so happy for Bogdan Bogdanovic.
Okay, is the end Nojvic?
No.
God, wait, Bogdan. How do these kids do this? Dude, I don't know. Where does the J go? Is it B-O-G DJ?
Do you give up?
Is it B-O-G DJ?
No.
Bogdan. Dude, this is stupid.
There is no J.
Yes, there is.
There is no J.
That's cap, dude.
You're fighting to get this J in here that doesn't exist.
Excuse me, Mr. Put a T in Krzyzewski. There's no J. Oh man, not even a silent one.
Not even a silent.
I don't know how to spell it, dude.
All right, here we go. You got Bogdan right. It was Bogdan.
Yay.
Bogdanovic is Bogdan.
Yep.
Dan.
A-N. Okay.
O-V-I-C-E, or it's no E. O-V-I-C. So
are you sure there's no J?
Again. No J. You spell his name again. Bogdan Ovich.
Damn.
I never knew that till just now.
I still would have put a J in there, even if I had gotten the A right.
Bojan has a J though. Isn't his
Oh, maybe that's it. Is that what it is?
Well, yeah, his
first name has a J. No,
yeah.
I thought Bogdanovic had a J in it.
No.
This is stupid, man. This was your worst idea. And your second worst idea is redrafting the 2015 NBA
the people
draft.
are saying I said it with a J. I didn't say a J. Bojan Bogdanovic.
No, you said Bogdan. No, I got it.
Where did I say it? I still don't hear a J. Is the dress blue or black? Is that what we're doing here? I don't hear the J.
That was the stupidest internet thing that ever happened. I can't believe there's not a J.
Which one
in
was
his
it?
name.
Was it blue or was it gold?
I don't even remember, but
It
I'm
was
really
definitely
upset
blue.
about this. Bogdanovich. Why did I think there was a J?
Maybe because Bojan has a J. Or people are saying that I said J. So
No,
maybe
I wasn't worried about the first name. I was trying to spell the last name. Djokovic has a J.
Well,
Okay.
Djokovic.
Man.
You got one more here before the show's over because that was the 2:00 one.
Can we get it over with now?
Well, I got to find it.
Okay. Well, let's move on to the 2015 NBA draft. We've attempted to fix the Kings throughout the last couple of weeks by saying, hey, hindsight's 2020. We got this. It turns out after making some selections, even some that people didn't like, we still haven't selected an all-star for the Sacramento Kings. And spoiler alert, we will not be doing that today either. This 2015 draft is interesting. Karl Anthony Towns went first to the Minnesota Timberwolves. D'Angelo Russell went to the Los Angeles Lakers at number 2. Jahlil Okafor, I think that was one of 3 consecutive number 2 picks that the Los Angeles Lakers had. Jahlil Okafor, trust the process continues, or perhaps began with the selection of Jahlil.
Like they went 1 year before that too.
Maybe we'll take a quick peek here in 2014.
Well,
Philadelphia 76ers. Oh, that was the Joel Embiid year. That's going to be a fun draft to redo.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So Karl Anthony Towns, D'Angelo Russell, Jahlil Okafor, Kristaps Porzingis went number 4 to the New York Knicks. Mario Hezonja to the Orlando Magic.
Your next name.
And Willie Cauley-Stein went to your Sacramento Kings. You've got Emmanuel Moody after that. Frank Kaminsky is in this draft. Miles Turner is in this draft. Devin Booker was taken at 13th by the Phoenix Suns, followed by Cam Payne, Kelly Oubre Jr., Terry Rozier. They were all taken in a row, 13, 14, 15, 16. You've also got DeLon Wright in this draft. And I believe, yep, there he is. Rashawn Holmes was taken at 37 in this draft as well.
There's some players here. There's all-stars, but there's some players here. We'll go with number 1.
That's Devin Booker, right?
I think so. I think so. Does anybody in the congregation want to speak out and make an argument for Karl Anthony Towns? You can call in 916-349-1320. You better hurry up. Jesse, do you want to make an argument for Towns at 1 over Booker?
Okay. I don't think this is prisoner of the moment at all.
Okay.
I realize as I said that sounded a bit sarcastic. I'm being dead serious. I don't think this is prisoner of the moment at all.
Yeah. So
Devin Booker goes number 1. That means Karl Anthony Towns goes number 2.
Yes.
Okay. You paused?
No.
Okay.
I'm just these 2.
Okay. Now it's going to get difficult because I had to ask my partner yesterday, hey, man.
Well, 3 isn't hard. Come on.
Is it Porzingis?
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
It's definitely Porzingis. And that's, a lot of that has to do with
to make sure.
Being a terrible draft, but
Okay. That's again. What do you got, Jesse?
See, I think this one it's easily D'Angelo Russell. I would take Russell over Porzingis right now.
Wow. Well, we gotta ask the people. We gotta ask the congregation once again. Porzingis or D'Angelo Russell? I think I'm going with Porzingis still.
Porzingis, I think he's done right now. Honestly, I like Russell still. Even though he's been hurt too, but I like him more than Porzingis.
I like deloading. I like deloading, but I don't know if I can take him over Porzingis. Damien, you have the deciding vote. Who is it?
I think I'm leaning towards D'Angelo Russell.
Well, the streets are leaning towards him too.
Okay. This is the most love D'Lo has ever gotten on this show, so that's nice to see over there in the chat. I just want to be clear. We're settling on D'Angelo Russell. I see Cody H jumping in here with a neither. Trust me, you want one of these 2. I assure you, there ain't no neither. You want one of these two, and I feel like just taking a quick glance. Yep, it's D'Angelo.
Yeah, D'Angelo
Russell,
number 3.
Okay, so D'Angelo Russell drops one spot, goes to number 3, which means Kristaps Porzingis goes fourth to the New York Knicks.
Still to the Knicks.
Kristaps Porzingis gets the Trae Young treatment from the 2018 draft, and well, I know he was in a trade, but he winds up on the team he's on now. So Kristaps Porzingis.
Now it gets nasty. It gets nasty here.
So what are we doing here? Devin Booker goes first, Karl Anthony Towns, D'Angelo Russell, Kristaps Porzingis stays at number 4. The Orlando Magic are at 5. The Sacramento Kings are at 6. So to remind you, 2015, the Magic selected Mario Hezonja, and the Kings took Willie Cauley-Stein. Now, is there any Devin Booker is obviously the prize piece after the draft, but he went number 1. No one's taking Jahlil Okafor, who went number 3. Realistic conversations here for or our friend Willie Cauley-Stein.
No.
So are we talking Miles Turner, Kelly Oubre, and Terry Rozier?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I think it's Scary Terry. At number 5. A lot of people are saying Miles Turner. I think it's Scary Terry. Jesse?
I don't have a problem putting Terry Rozier here because I like what that leaves us.
Scary Terry's my guy. I was leaning towards Miles Turner, but it's just I don't know. It's close. It's a toss-up. I mean, because Terry, he's solid point guard and stuff like that, but let's go Terry. Let's go.
He got paid.
Yeah, he got paid.
He did well for Boston, and he got that money. So that means so here we are. So it's Orlando selects Terry Rozier, which means, but let's speak this into existence somehow. Are we going Miles Turner at number 6 for the Sacramento Kings?
It looks like we are now. I think that's where we go. But Corey had the name that I've been thinking about for hours. Does Norman Powell get into this king spot?
Norman Powell was selected where? Larry Nance Jr.
Middle of the second round was.
Montrezl Harrell is in this draft too. I know Montrez is an acquired taste. Montrez is an acquired taste, but I'm just mentioning that.
I only laugh.
Norman Powell went 46th.
So look, I only laugh because that was your next name. I got to come up with a new name.
What? My next name was what? Montrezl Harrell.
I didn't think you would get the L. I didn't think you would get the L.
I don't think I would have. gotten the L.
New name coming up. I forgot he was in this draft.
So what do you want to do? So,
or Kelly Oubre.
Norman Powell your guy?
I think Kelly Oubre should be in that conversation too.
So we're at Powell, Oubre. Is Miles Turner out? I'm not willing to
Miles
take
Turner's in there. Miles Turner's in there.
Okay.
Bring him in again. Jesse.
Norman Powell,
Miles Turner, or Oubre.
A little bit more difficult because if you look at his numbers the last 3 seasons, he got like 16 points 2019. He had I think it was 18.6 the season before that or after that, and then 17 last year. So
he might get paid this year.
Yeah, he last 3 seasons he's inserted himself. I don't think Oubre should be in this conversation, so it'd be between Turner and Powell for me.
I'm gonna get off the fence and I'm gonna say my vote is for Norman Powell. And I like Miles Turner a lot. Should we just speak it into existence? Should I change it just to make sure we get Miles Turner?
That's what I was trying to speak into existence.
Okay.
Was
right,
Miles Turner. But let's hold integrity to the draft. Is Norman Powell your guy or not? I think it's man.
Is this what Monty goes through in the war room? Is this what Vivek goes through in the war room?
He averaged. Oh man, This is tough.
I'm gonna go. I'm
Where's
going.
the
I'm going
chat
Norman
at?
Powell. The chat.
We got Montrezl Harrell and Larry Nance Jr. references in here.
Yeah, well, Larry Nance Jr. Let's relax. There's a Turner. There's a Turner. Securing the Bagley says Norman Powell. Securing the Bagley also says Josh Richardson. He's got to calm down.
Well, scroll down a little bit further, and Securing the Bagley goes with Turner over Norman over Holmes. Holmes isn't in this.
He's just confusing me. Ramsey says no issue with Norman. Mark says Bobby Portis. Sorry, Mark. No, we're not going there. Christian Wood is around. Somebody said no love for Christian Wood. Everybody's still all over the place. I'm going with Norman Powell.
I'm going with Miles Turner, and we're going to make Jesse make the selection. Norman Powell or Miles Turner at number 6 to the Sacramento Kings.
All right, yeah, I got my pick. I'm gonna go Miles Turner too. Give me the rim protection.
There it is. There it is. Yes, sir. Danny in San Francisco, give that man the raise. Let's get Miles Turner in a Kings uniform. Let's make
Miles
that happen.
Turner. That's not bad at all. I like Miles Turner.
That was tough. I mean, Norman Powell is going to be interesting to watch moving forward. Like, was he traded because Toronto can't?
Yeah, they can't
pay him.
They're not going to. I don't think they're going to pay him because with Kyle Lowry coming off the books, maybe they could have paid him. I'm not really sure why they moved on from Norman Powell.
Yeah,
but I don't think Portland's going to be able to pay him.
Yeah, I don't either. So, is Norman Powell a name that we should be talking about? Monty coming in and swooping on?
Oh, I wish. I don't think they got the money.
That's right. You got to have a different. Well, you'd have to have a different kind of money. Already on the books money.
Yeah.
So Devin Booker goes number 1 to the Minnesota Timberwolves in this draft. Karl Anthony Towns at number 2 to the Los Angeles Lakers. D'Angelo Russell wound up going to the Philadelphia 76ers. Kristaps Porzingis to the New York Knicks. Terry Rozier to the Orlando Magic. And Miles Turner, the newest member of your Sacramento Kings. Of course,
I think people are cool with that. They'd be cool with that.
Yeah, no, that's solid. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good. Yeah, it's good. It's now what we're left with is how would the Kings have screwed this up? That's honestly what I've been thinking with all of these drafts is how would the Kings
drafting Willie Cauley-Stein?
Watch this. Yeah. Like, is Willie Cauley-Stein actually Miles Turner, but because he was drafted by the Sacramento Kings, he became Willie Cauley-Stein?
Okay. I wanted Willie Cauley-Stein out of college playing next to Cousins. Remember, DeMarcus was still there. I thought that would be a great
I actually
pairing.
like Willie Cauley-Stein, full disclosure.
I do too. And let's just be real. What was he, 10-8 when he left here?
Yeah.
Like he fell off of a cliff once he left Sacramento. But he
wasn't playing anymore. He was still playing here.
Yeah. Willie. People really were just hard on Willie Cauley-Stein. I never thought he was as bad as people.
Well, I think
to be.
It's like James was saying to us yesterday. Kings fans do need someone to not like, and it became Willie, and now it's Marvin. I do not know who it's going to be next,
Buddy.
Now,
once Buddy's gone, I don't know who it's going to be because everybody else is pretty likable. Mm-hmm. Not to say that Buddy's not likable, but you get what I'm saying. Like Luke will be on there as well. Luke will definitely get, and then if they're still struggling, Monty will definitely get it.
Oh yeah, I mean Monty's got to get right, boss, as they said in life. Got to get right, boss. An underrated Eddie Murphy movie. How have we not talked about Life?
It came on 4th of July.
Did you watch it?
I was in and out of the house, so I didn't get a chance to watch it.
Ray's Boom Boom Room?
Yeah. I hadn't seen Life in a long time, though. So, like, there's quotes and stuff that I kind of over my head.
Upper room. That's a good one. Bernie Mac play a low-key great role in that.
Yeah. Yeah. They got some stars in that movie. They definitely got some stars.
Well, we are 4 drafts in, and we've still yet to find an all-star.
I think we might get one next time, though.
2014. We could do 2014 we could either do it tomorrow or we could save it for Monday when very literally nothing is happening. Hopefully Marvin puts out another podcast. So we got Andrew Wiggins, Jabari Parker, Joel Embiid. This was supposed to be the draft that changed the world. Aaron Gordon is there at number 4. Marcus Smart, one of our favorites, Julius Randle. The famous Nick Rocks chant here at number 8 for the Sacramento Kings. Zach LaVine is in this draft. Yusuf Nurkic is in this draft.
Clint Capella. Shabazz Napier. I was a big Shabazz Napier guy.
That guy who was taken number 41 had a pretty decent season this year.
Kind of.
Not bad.
Nikola Jokic.
Hey, we can get an Antetokounmpo. Antetokounmpo. Yeah, we can get one. We can get him.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fall silent. I'm trying to count real quick. Are we going to get an all-star in this one?
I think we are.
I don't think we are.
But look, next week, hell, we might just keep doing every draft till we get one.
How far back are we going to have to go? When did the Kings draft 4th? What year was that?
Wasn't that when they drafted an all-star?
Bruh. You thought this draft was difficult? Wait till we get to 2013.
13 is difficult in a good way, though. Don't you think? I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
Well, maybe not in a good way, but it's about the same.
Anthony Davis, Bradley Beal, Dame Lillard, Andre Drummond. I just named 4. The Kings pick at 5. Draymond Green is in this draft.
I'm on the wrong draft.
Chris
13.
Middleton is in this draft. So the 2012 draft might be where we finally land an all-star on the Sacramento Kings. And it might be Draymond Green, with all due respect to our dear close friend Harrison Barnes, who was taken 7th in this draft.
Yeah.
This is a good draft. Jay Crowder's in here.
Draft. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be Draymond.
No, I don't think it's going to be Draymond either. I think it's going to be... Wait a minute. I think I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Yeah.
Oh, they're one player short again.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unless y'all want to take Andre Drummond.
Wow. Yo, this is
one player
up,
short again. There's only so far. Like, we can't go back much further because now, like, Draymond Green is like he's not Draymond anymore. Like, he's not that guy anymore.
This is messed up, man.
It's all bad.
This is.
I don't think we're getting one.
Kings, man.
I don't think the Kings are getting an all-star. Not in the D'Lo and KC redraft. This is a damn shame. That's big facts, Rich. We hit the Carl Lewis. I was just looking like, this right here. The all-stars are here. Wait a minute. Oh God, that all-star is Andre Drummond. We cannot select Andre Drummond right there. But there's still Draymond Green. There's still Draymond Green. You might not like it.
Did Andre Drummond make an all-star team?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The selection might be Draymond Green.
No,
because Chris Middleton is in the draft. He's going to move up.
Yeah, I think Chris Middleton will still be there.
Okay. All right, we'll save that one for next week or tomorrow or something. I don't know. We'll do it at some point. We've got time.
We're going to do every draft since they moved to Sacramento with everything that's not going to be happening next week.
We'll
draft an hour.
What year was Purvis out of a draft an hour? A draft an hour and a spelling bee.
I got your new name, by the way. This one might be kind of easy. I think
Montrez M-A-T. Go ahead.
Are you ready for it?
Yeah, go ahead. Because we got to get to game 2 of the NBA Finals, so let's knock this out.
Contavious Caldwell Pope.
Come on, man. P-O-P-E.
Oh, that's his last name.
Well, that's what I've been spelling.
No, you went Giannis, and you went Bogdan.
C-L-D.
His whole name.
K. Gosh, dang it. Will you fill time here for a minute? Contavious. That ain't it.
I think you can get this. You can get this.
That's not it.
You definitely can get this.
K-O-N-T.
No. Let me try this again. Let me help you out. This will give it to you, but let me try it out. Kintavious. Kentavious Caldwell
Wow.
Pope.
Is that right? It's Ken K-E Kentav. Is it IAS
Oh my
or
god.
AIS?
Oh my gosh.
Is it AIS?
No.
Did I mention this was your stupidest idea?
Mark
Is
said,
it
uh-oh.
Kentavious? Is it OUS? Is there an I in there?
I can't tell you what's in there. If you
KENAV Kentavious. Is it O? TAVO? Kentavious.
do you give
I
up?
don't know, dude. This is stupid.
It is KENTAVIOUS.
Oh, man. Why do you need the I there for if you're going to use the OUS? This is stupid.
Well, you got Caldwell Pope too. You got that right.
Shut up, man. You're
Montrez with the L though. I would have got Montrez wrong with the L. I definitely would have got that wrong.
Shut up, Warren. Everybody in the chat, just shut up. That's facts, Terrence. Facts.
No,
Facts.
because when he was talking about KO,
Halfway
I
decent.
brought it back and I said kin.
This is the halfway decent spelling bee. That's what it is. The halfway decent spelling bee. I hate Jesse too, because all these clips are going to be cut towards social media. I should take tomorrow off. This is ridiculous. This is a hostile work environment. You should spend you get the next 7 minutes to talk about the game 2 by yourself.
Hey man, game 2. I will say this though about game 2. Let me ask you this. If you're talking about winning the series, is tonight a must win for the Bucks?
No.
So if they go down 2-0, you think they're going to win?
They went out 2-0 in Phoenix. It's no big. I mean, I don't want to say it's a big deal. Yes, but no, it's must win. No, you're down 3-0. That game is a must win.
Obviously.
No, it's not a
obviously.
must win. It's not a must win. That's hyperbole.
So no. They go down 2-0.
Mm-hmm. Going home.
They're going to win for the next, what is it, 5? Is that
they
what
can? They can. They're going if you go down 0-2, the only thing that you've solidified is you have to win a game on the road. If you want to be the NBA champion, you have to win a game on the road. That's all that means to me.
I'm not going to say tonight's a must win. I'm not going to say that.
All right.
I'm not going to say that.
What was all that for?
It's as close to a must win as you can get.
Okay.
They better win tonight because it's the way Phoenix is playing.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to lose. All of a sudden, they're going to lose 4 out of 5. I don't see that. I think the Clippers lost their shot by not winning game 2 in the last series that they should have won. That made everything extremely daunting after they went down 0-2. I feel the same way for Milwaukee.
Okay.
They've got to win. I ain't afraid to say it. I ain't afraid of y'all. It's must win tonight. I got to win tonight.
You just said you weren't going to call it a must win. Like you literally just said it.
I just said I ain't afraid of y'all. I'll say it. It's a must win. You got to win tonight to have a chance at winning the series and a chance of winning, being in the series and actually having a real chance of winning are two different things. They got to win this game.
They lost the first 2 games to the Brooklyn Nets.
And they were about to get damn near swept until people start dropping like flies.
They didn't, though. They won that series.
Okay, so if Devin Booker gets hurt, sure, they can still win the series.
All I'm saying is they lost the first 2 to Brooklyn and came back and won. You're correct. That's all I'm saying.
And like I said, if Devin Booker gets hurt, sure, they can go down 0-2 and still win.
So you're telling me Phoenix is as good as Brooklyn? That's what you're saying?
They're playing as well as Brooklyn was at that time. Phoenix has won like 11-13. And
is this right? Jesse's got to know. Is that right? Only 4 teams have ever come back.
I could believe
from
that.
a 2-0 deficit in the finals. It's happened 34 times. Only 4 teams have ever come back from that.
I could believe that.
Well, I don't care. I'm standing by what I said. I've taken enough L's today. I'm not going to backtrack on this.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna say it's a must win. Is that an earthquake?
Yo, did you feel that?
Yeah, I thought it was me hitting the table, and I saw you looking around, and I saw my mic moving.
Yo, yeah, no, the earth is moving.
The earth is moving.
Were we talking about earthquakes? Yo, this is our fault.
As we speak, this is moving.
I swear to God, everything is still moving.
It is.
I'm looking around. I was looking around like, what the hell is happening to my chair?
Yo, this is crazy for it to be in Sacramento.
This is your fault.
That is my fault.
You brought this up earlier. This is your freaking fault.
Why did we even talk about that?
I don't know, but this is your fault. Oh, because of the Santa. That's right. That's right. Dude, that. Woo. Well, ask me the question again. Go ahead. Ask me the question again about the earthquake.
Have you ever been in an earthquake?
Yes. I have emphatically been in one.
Wow.
Yo. I'm not comfortable. I don't appreciate that feeling whatsoever.
Oh, boy.
Man.
In all seriousness, I'm like worried to see what happened in the Bay Area if we felt it. Because we don't feel them.
Oh,
we felt it.
God.
I hope it's just a crazy little coincidence. I hope nothing big happened in the Bay.
I was scared to say something because I thought I didn't eat anything today. Like, am I verklempt? Am I feeling weak? What was it? What is this? What is this? Like, I didn't drink anything. What is happening right now? And then I started hearing this because stuff over here next to me is moving.
It's crazy. So, like, when I hit this table that I'm on, things shake. So I thought I just hit the table, but then my mic started shaking, and I was like, the mic don't ever shake. And then I saw you looking around like that's got to be Kane, and I said, oh,
wow.
Well, good. People are in the Bay Area that saying they didn't feel anything. So
that was just a Sacramento earthquake.
That never happens.
Well,
we don't have earthquakes.
I'm moving. All right, where are we taking D-Lo and KC to? Wow, that was weird. All right then.
Man.
Ooh. All right. Anyways, so outside of the whole earth moving beneath our feet,
the ground was moving, man.
This is a movie. We was doing the show when the ground started moving. So, and low key, I was pissed because I thought my chair broke. So I'm like, I'm doing everything I can to not cuss for the next 2 minutes because this chair just broke.
Yeah, I don't like earthquakes.
Yeah, I did not appreciate that feeling whatsoever. I very much did not appreciate that at all.
Man, oh man.
I think we got the Bucks. I think we got the Bucks winning tonight. We see them bounce back. It feels really stupid to go back to talking about this game after the earth just moved beneath our feet. But we've seen the Bucks come back from victories, come back from losses. I mean, on a number of different occasions. We saw it happen multiple times against the Hawks. We also saw it happen against the Brooklyn Nets. I don't know what kind of adjustments they're gonna make, but I'm going Milwaukee tonight.
I think they're gonna play a little less Brook Lopez. And get that whole situation out of there. I think they're going to try and get to the line a little bit more. I think they win tonight too.
I'm also adjustment number one. Mm-hmm. Drew Holiday, get your stuff together, fam. Man, you're way too good.
Yeah. I'm expecting him to play better. I mean, he couldn't play much worse, but I'm expecting him to play better tonight. Giannis more than 11 shots, please. Come on now.
4.8 in French camp.
Where is that?
The hell is what is that?
4.8. That ain't no sucker earthquake either.
Stockton. I saw Coach Molly text Stockton, but I was like, that's not where it originated from, is it?
Damn.
All right. I guess so. Damn, that was a 4.8. What do them real ones feel like?
Bruh.
You know what? Don't care.
Yeah.
Don't want to find out.
No, we don't want to know.
Thanks for tuning in. My hand to God. We will not mention earthquakes tomorrow. We will not ask each other if we've ever been in an earthquake.
No
We
natural
won't
disasters.
casually bring it up in a conversation either. But hope everybody's safe. Y'all stay safe and make sure that you're back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320, your home of the NBA Finals, coming up in just about 90 minutes from now.
Yep, holla.
Yeah. That's foul, man. That is dirty.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, that was weird. Oh,
Okay.
okay. Yeah. One more piece of business, guys. One more piece of business, if you will. And where's he at? South Sac? Oh, Modesto. That's right. 5.9 from Nevada. Man. Damn, Poker Pro. That's strong.
Yeah, I figured it. We were getting the outskirts of whatever it was.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's wild. You know what's really good after the earth moved beneath your feet? McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. It's fantastic after everything around you moves for no apparent reason. It'll settle your nerves down quite a bit, as that was rather a unique experience for some of us. The ground was moving. But I'm going to go ahead and pop this bottle of McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin to kind of settle things down, because it's quality in every bottle. We've done away with those European gins. That's why when people are trying this for the first time, I'm not normally a gin drinker. Hold up, fam. This ain't your normal gin. This is a Brazilian gin. It's produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. That's what we've been talking about all this time. You can order yours on drizzly.com if you might be afraid to leave the house right now. Don't worry if you're already out of the house. Stop at your favorite beverage retailer. Grab a bottle. McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. If you don't have any, no problem. Just let me know. We'll let the crew know. We'll get the re-up and share your recipes with us at DLMKC and at McQueen Violet Fog. Tag us on Instagram. Tag us on Twitter. We want to share with everybody your recipes for McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for this Brazilian gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. Ooh-wee. All right then. And you know, one thing that I was thinking, like, this is lengthy. This like it hasn't stopped. It's still moving. All right then. I usually stop drinking when everything starts moving. Let's go in reverse today, Manny. Let's go in reverse. Everything started moving. Let's just start drinking.
Oh man.
Wow. I'm glad we got to experience that together.
And I was, like I said, from one thing that I learned from 89, if we feel it, it has to be massive wherever it's at. Yeah, nah. I remember my great grandmother in 89. I didn't feel the earthquake. I was in the third grade, I was 6 years old, so I wasn't even in third grade. So I didn't feel it. Nobody really felt it, but she was like, she felt it. She felt it moving. And that's what I always remember. If you feel it here, it's massive wherever it's at.
Yeah. I remember,
man,
I remember 89. My mom's sister lived there, and she lived in San Jose, and they had a pool, and the pool cracked, and all of the water went crazy and went into their house. But I was getting ready to watch the game at my grandparents' house, who lived next. We had a duplex. They lived next door to me, and they had like this weird like oil thing. I don't know what it was, but it was like it looked like a bird cage, but it was some sort of piece of art.
Yeah.
And as the TV flickered, I saw that thing moving. Like, what is going on? And my grandpa was like, I think we're having an earthquake. And we heard, I think it was Al Michaels,
I don't know, but it seems like we're having an earthquake.
Yeah, and like the TV cut off.
Yeah.
They were like, what's going on here? And then of course, they're frantically trying to call my aunt and figure out what's going on.
Yeah. Man, oh man.
Sorry, Josue. Get home safe, fam.
Yes, indeed.
Get home safe, fam. Of course, Cole remembers the food. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. Man, I'm glad. Hey, if we're gonna experience an earthquake, let's all experience one together.
As a group.
I can't lie. I would have been a little pissed off if the earthquake happened when the show ended. Let's just call it what it is. Like, it happened while we were on the air.
Man,
I'm just so
telling you.
I wasn't. I thought like maybe you were making fun of me because I kept looking around, and then I was like, "Oh man, this is like What is that noise?"
It's crazy. Like I didn't think because, like I said, I hit this table and everything moved. You guys can probably see my camera moving. I thought that's what happened because I think I had put my hand on the table, but when my mic started moving, I was like, "Yo, hold on, man, that don't happen." No. Because the mic ain't connected to the table.
14th round group therapy. That's a good call, King Boss. Next week. That's good. That's good producing right there. That's good show. Hey, remember when we were all in earthquake? Hey, and that's the great part is you guys are now stuck with us forever because we've been through an event together.
Absolutely.
Like y'all can't leave. You can't flip channel. Nothing. Like we're joined at the hip now. Not that we'd ever give you a reason to leave. But yeah, y'all stuck with us. It looks like Orlando's got a coach.
About time. Who they got?
The Orlando Magic are closing in on Dallas Mavericks assistant Jamal Mosley.
Isn't that who Luka wanted?
Emerged. Oh, is it? Is it? Oh, that is who he wanted. Yeah, you're right. Yep, you're right. Shockatopopolis, my man. I think Shock is in. I can't tell. Is he in? Oh, looks like he's in Houston. He was watching us on the stream. He said, watching these hosts experience a hopefully minor earthquake live while checking out ESPN 1320 on Twitch is as close as I need to be. Well, then. All righty. Danny in San Francisco missed it. That's what he gets.
He did.
Poll: are earthquakes good for female listeners? Yes or no?
Come on.
You know who it was. He didn't even have to look at the screen to know who put that up there.
Bro, he ain't never gonna live that down.
Yeah, man.
Man, oh man.
Yo, we gotta get the group. Yo, can we get an earthquake shirt but have like the old wrestler Earthquake on? Can we put the old wrestler
Earthquake, and he would stomp around.
He had great music. Earthquake had great music.
I don't remember Earthquake's music.
Oh, let me find it. We can only play 2 seconds of it, or we'll get fined $4 million. Great music.
That is cap. I did not try to trash the earthquakes. I just wondered if they were a staple in the Bay Area.
Call it what it is. It's your fault.
Yeah, I did bring it up.
I'm stuck in a basement, sitting on a tricycle, girl, getting on my nerves. Going out of my mind, I thought she was fine. Don't know if her body is hers. All right, here we go. It's a dramatic pause for Earthquake's theme music here. Again, can only play a couple seconds.
Federation.
Oh, we got to give the whole what the world is watching. Yeah, that's good stuff right there. Yeah, that's good stuff right there. It's just the sound of it's like if earth moving was a sound, that was it. That was it. It's good. It's good.
I just remember he'd hop around the ring, make it shake.
Yeah, right. Remember he squashed Damien too.
Vaguely remember that.
He squashed
vaguely.
Yeah. Yep, that's true.
He's a real brother.
He's a real brother. He's a real brother. You did.
You know what the funny thing I heard about? Do you remember what Earthquake looks like?
Yeah,
he was like
and everything like that.
He was like 27, 28. Like I'm looking at a picture of him right now. He looks like he's 40 and some change. He's like 28 years old.
I remember him looking super old.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. 2 earthquakes rattle North Carolina, northern. Jesus, can you read? Earthquake. Guard my brain. 2 earthquakes rattle Northern California.
In Gardenville. Well, I guess that's the epicenter. Gardenville, Ranchos, Nevada.
John Tenta. Yes, indeed. John Tenta. All right, let's get out of here. I got to pack. Let me see what this room looks like when I pull back. I need to pack some of this stuff. No, my room
it's still looking good.
Might look a little weird. It might look a little bit different tomorrow.
Hey, I was at my grandmother's house the other day, so it can't be.
That's true.
That had a mirror behind it and some shutters that don't shut.
I think it also had a knitted blanket.
Did have a knitted blanket.
Had a knitted blanket, so that's good stuff. Oh, Kenny. Oh, this is a good call, David. Like, how did you not know?
Boy, you know it's right
Come
here.
on,
I don't even have to skip a page.
Still standing. I'm still strong.
There it is. Yep. Yeah, that's the plan, Coach. That's the plan. My house is a disaster. It's giving me mad anxiety, but I'm going to pick up the keys in the morning. Yes, sir. I know y'all in the stream didn't hear that, but Jesse just said Kenny spoke the earthquake into existence. That means we're getting Miles Turner tomorrow.
I finally realized what my superpower was. Finally got it.
All right, let's use it more responsibly.
It only took me 9 months to find my superpower. I finally got it.
That's right. Half of mine came in. I think I don't know what happened. We love y'all. Thank you for experiencing our first national disaster together. We appreciate it. We're glad we're glad we lived that moment together. That natural disaster. National disaster. It's natural disaster. It's nature.
Wait a minute. This is not true. This is cap.
Wow. The truth. Right as we're about to sign off, the truth comes flowing out. That is, man, that's the cold piece of business put out there on the streets. Left baby Reese.
That is the furthest.
No wonder Reese looks at you the way that he does. He heard about this.
Furthest.
I was wondering. That's why he was looking at you funny.
Man.
That's why he was looking at you funny.
I was watching Michigan versus Tennessee in the NCAA tournament. Earthquake happened. I ran to the room to get them. I said, "Let's go." They were supposed to be right there with me. Come on, man.
He was Michael Scott in the episode where in the gift that it's happening. There's a fire there's a fire alarm going off, and Michael pushes all of the women and employees out of the way and runs to get out of the building. That's Kenny, except it's his wife and kid. But that's fine. That's fine.
It's not true.
Jazz
Don't listen to her.
That's what I meant. Well, you can't hire.
Don't listen to her. She's not telling the truth here.
Sweatshop. Jazz bomb. Wow. Cold piece of business.
Oh man.
Well, go be with your wife and kids now through this earthquake, since it would apparently be the first time you've ever done that for them. That's well, hey, be safe. Let's not do this again tomorrow.
No.
And we'll see y'all at noon.
Holla.